Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
I thought it was just kids tapping on my window until I realized the sound was coming from the wall under my feet inside the house. You can call this a ghost story if you want, or just the memory of a scared teenager who spent too many nights alone. All I know is there is no police report you can pull up, no viral clip to prove what I am about to tell you. On paper, nothing happened. But ever since that night in a one-story ranch on a dead-end street outside Columbus, Ohio, I have never heard a knock on a wall the same way again. Back then, it was just me and my dad. He worked the graveyard shift off I-70, and every night was the same, his truck pulling out of the driveway at 9:15, the front door clicking shut, the deadbolt sliding home. The TV stayed on mute, the fridge hummed, the furnace kicked on and off. You know, that kind of quiet where you start to hear your own house breathing? That was my normal. So when the first light tap came from the living room window right under the blinds, I did what any 16-year-old idiot would do. I assumed it was a prank. I wish it had been. Because by the time I finally worked up the nerve to go after whoever was out there, I found something I still cannot explain. No footprints in the yard, no kids in the bushes, just an empty street, a buzzing street lamp, and a strip of wall under that window that felt wrong in a way you do not forget. The next knocks didn't come from outside the glass. They came from inside the house, traveling along the wall, slow and patient, like something that had been sitting closer to me than the dark ever was. This is the part of my life I usually leave out when people ask why I hate ground floor apartments, why I never sit with my back to a wall near a window. Tonight, for your channel, I am going to tell you exactly what happened in that living room, what followed me into every place I have lived since, and why you might want to listen carefully to your own walls the next time your house suddenly goes quiet, for no good reason. I do not know if you are supposed to start these things with your real name, but it probably does not matter. If this ends up on your channel, you can call me whatever you want. What matters is the address on my screen and the way my stomach drops every time I see it come back up in the search results. I am sitting at a wobbly little kitchen table in a modest rental on the east side of Columbus, Ohio. It is sometime after 11 at night. The stove clock behind me says 11:08 p.m., but it has been wrong before blinking after short power cuts, so I do not trust it. The only real light in the room is coming from my laptop, a cheap plastic thing I bought on sale at Best Buy 3 years ago. The fan whines whenever I have too many tabs open. Right now, I only have one tab, Zillow. On the screen is a house I have known for most of my life. The listing title calls it a cozy starter home on quiet Willow Bend Court. Zillow says it is a one-story ranch, built in the late 70s, 2 bedrooms, 1.5 baths, 980 square feet. I do not need the description. I know every inch of it. I know how the living room smells when the furnace first kicks on in October, and how the floor hums just slightly when a pickup rolls past the cul-de-sac. The main photo is the same one they always start with, gray vinyl siding a squat little rectangle of a house sitting back from the street, with a short, cracked driveway leading up to it. There is a patch of grass that never quite looks green no matter what season the listing was taken in. A skinny tree leans toward the power lines, and right in the middle of the house's face is the thing my eyes go to first every time the wide front window. The flippers who had it last replaced the old aluminum frame with a newer one painted white, but the shape is the same. 3 panes wide, low to the ground, just high enough that someone could crouch in the bushes beneath it and not be seen from the street. In the photo, the blinds are open and you can see the staged living room inside a gray couch, a throw blanket that nobody really uses, a fake plant in the corner. The listing calls it bright and welcoming. The bushes under the window are still scraggly. They have been trimmed into rounded shapes for the photos, but I recognize the thin trunks and patchy leaves. I remember crawling under those branches to retrieve a soccer ball when I was 10, feeling the damp earth soaking my knees and smelling the sour mix of mud and old mulch. I remember thinking even then that it felt like being pushed under a low ceiling, like the house was leaning down to listen. My cursor is hovering over the little heart icon in the corner of the listing. It is already filled in red. I have saved this house 3 separate times over the last few years, enough that Zillow sends me cheerful emails about price changes in your area. I delete them, then find myself back here anyway, typing Willow Bend Court into the search bar, like someone checking an ex's social media from a burner account. I wish I could say this is research for some real estate plan, that I am thinking about buying it back or something poetic like that. I am not. I rent a tired 2-bedroom on the 2nd floor of a brick building near a Kroger. I work late, I pay my bills, and I do not have the kind of money you need for round 2 with a haunted mortgage. Haunted is not the word I use out loud, by the way. In case you are already rolling your eyes, let me be clear. There is no police report you can cross-check this with. There is no viral video clip of what I am about to describe. If you type that address into Google and scroll through the crime map and the neighborhood stats, what you will see is a quiet little dead-end street with a couple break-ins, a noise complaint or 2, nothing that stands out. On paper, nothing happened in that house except a divorce, a few missed mortgage payments, and a series of price cuts when the market dipped. That is why I am sending this to a horror channel instead of a detective. I am not asking you to believe in ghosts. I am trying to explain why I cannot look at any front window after dark without checking the wall below it. The apartment around me is doing its usual late-night breathing. The fridge to my left hums in a steady low tone with the occasional clunk from the ice maker. Somewhere inside the walls, hot water pipes tick as they cool. Above me, my upstairs neighbor has his TV on. I can hear the muffled rise and fall of some sitcom laugh track through the ceiling. The furnace had been cycling on and off all day, but it chose now to go quiet, leaving the air conditioner fan whispering through the vents in a thin, restless way. I scroll down through the listing photos like I always do. Living room from another angle. Kitchen with new fake stone counters where our laminate used to peel at the edges. My old bedroom now painted a pale blue and staged with a little kid's bed and a shelf full of stuffed animals. I pause on that one. The photographer stood in the doorway to take it just like my dad used to when he knocked before opening it. You can see the edge of the front window frame from that shot just at the right-hand border. It is a sliver, but I know exactly how far that wall runs and exactly where the floor under that wall turns cold at certain times of night. The listing calls this bedroom sunny, perfect for a child. I swallow and look away. The laptop fan ramps up as if my computer is nervous too. A little notification slides up in the corner of the screen, half covering the Zillow map low battery. I ignore it. My thumb hovers over the trackpad, refreshing the page out of habit, like the price might have changed in the last 20 seconds. The apartment goes a little quieter. Upstairs, the TV cuts off mid-laugh. Either my neighbor went to bed or the sleep timer finally won. The compressor in the fridge sighs and shuts down, leaving a thinner, more fragile hush in the kitchen. I can hear the faint whoosh of cars on a road a few blocks over if I really strain. For a moment, that is all there is, the dim rattle of the laptop fan and my own breathing. Then my phone buzzes on the table beside the computer. It is face down, but I do not need to flip it to know what that vibration is. The pattern is familiar. A short buzz, pause, another buzz. The generic alert from the doorbell camera I installed last year. Motion detected at front door. It does this all the time. Half the clips are just the old guy down the hall taking his trash out, or kids running past with scooters. Sometimes it goes off for nothing at all, the lens catching a moth too close, or the shadow of a passing car's headlights. I tell myself that is all it is tonight. I tell myself I will check it later. I do not pick the phone up. Instead, I look back at the laptop and at the house on Willow Bend Court. I know what you would probably tell me if we were talking in person. You would say I am fixating, that I am stuck on the one place in my life where things fell apart, projecting every late-night creak and pop onto the same piece of drywall. You would not be wrong. I am ashamed of how often I end up here staring at the same vinyl siding and the same wide window when there are 1,000 other things I should be doing. But there is a reason my cursor hovers just below that window in the photo, a reason my eyes track down to the spot where the wall meets the floor instead of the neat little coffee table they put there. That house shaped the way I hear silence. It taught me that there is a difference between a building making sounds, because it is alive with people and machinery, and a building going quiet because something is listening. The first time the window answered back, I was 16, and I was stupid enough to think it was a joke. I walked right up to that glass barefoot on the carpet, angry at the kids I was sure were hiding in the bushes. I thought I understood where the outside ended and the inside began. I thought I knew what a knock on a window was. I did not know that the part that mattered was not the glass at all. It was the wall beneath it. The phone buzzes again beside my elbow, another motion detected. I pretend not to see. I stare at the frozen image of my old living room, instead every detail intact, except the one thing anyone with sense would have called the cops about. I am writing this now because I am tired of carrying the sound of that wall around by myself. Because when the house on Willow Bend Court shows up on my screen, it is not just a listing. It is a reminder that somewhere out there in a cul-de-sac, on the edge of the city, a wide front window still looks down on a stretch of wall that once knocked back at me, and I was stupid enough to knock first. 1.2 Life with my night shift, Dad. By the time we moved into the house on Willow Bend Court, it was just me and my dad. My mother's name was still on some of the paperwork at first, but she was already a different address, a different Christmas plan, a different silence on the other end of the phone. The court papers said joint custody. Real life said my dad got the house payment, the truck payment, and a teenage son who did not know where to put his anger, so he put it into video games and not talking. My dad worked nights at a distribution warehouse off I-70, one of those gray concrete rectangles you only notice when you miss your exit and have to loop back around. He clocked in at 10:00 p.m., clocked out at 7:00 a.m., 5 or 6 nights a week, depending on overtime. His schedule ran backwards from the rest of the city. When other people were putting kids to bed, he was gulping reheated coffee and tugging on steel-toe boots. When school buses were pulling up the next morning, he was dragging himself home under a sky that looked too bright for how tired he always seemed. Our evenings followed a rhythm so tight it might as well have been printed on a schedule and taped to the fridge. He would get home around 7:30 in the morning, smelling like diesel and cardboard dust, drop his lunchbox on the counter with a heavy thunk and collapse into bed. The house would be dead quiet for the next few hours, the blinds drawn against the day, the furnace humming low. I would leave for school around 8:00, ride the bus past the same gas stations and billboards, and try not to think about how I did not know what my mom's kitchen even smelled like anymore. By late afternoon, when the sun started slanting in low enough to hit that front window just right, my dad would shuffle out of his room in sweatpants and an old warehouse t-shirt. He would stand at the sink for a while, staring out at the cul-de-sac, as if expecting something to change, then run water over his face at the kitchen faucet, the pipes rattling in the walls. Dinner was almost never cooked. It came in plastic and cardboard. Some nights, it was a Walmart rotisserie chicken shiny under the fluorescent store lights when he brought it home, now congealed and lukewarm on our chipped plates. Some nights, it was takeout pizza in a greasy box from the strip mall off the main road pepperoni. If he chose half cheese, if he remembered I did not like the spice. The kitchen smelled like reheated coffee grounds and whatever cleaning spray he favored that month. There was always a faint underscent of laundry detergent from the washer in the mudroom, the lemon kind that never actually smelled like lemons. After we ate, he would drift into the living room and turn on ESPN. He liked the pregame shows, the analysts in suits arguing about stats as if they were personally offended by a quarterback. Commercials stayed muted, some old habit about not wanting to listen to advertising. The TV threw its blue and white glow across the living room, bouncing off the big front window so that if you glanced up after dark, you could see us reflected there, a man sinking into a sagging recliner, a lanky teenager on the floor controller in hand. That front door opened straight into the living room, no foyer, no buffer. If you stood on the front step and someone opened the door, you could see almost everything at once: TV on the opposite wall, the big window to your left, the short stretch of hallway to your right. The carpet was a tired beige, worn darker in the path between the couch and the kitchen. The front window was set low, 3 panes wide, the sill maybe 2.5 feet off the floor. When I sat on the floor leaning against the wall under it, the glass was just above my eye level. To the right of the window, the living room wall ended in a narrow opening that led to the hallway. My bedroom door was the first on the right, close enough that if I left it cracked, I could see the edge of the window frame from my bed. Further down the hall was the small bathroom we shared, and at the very end, my dad's room, which always smelled faintly of sweat and whatever industrial soap the warehouse used in its bathrooms. To the left of the living room, the space pinched into a galley kitchen counter, stove sink counter. The back door was at the far end, a thin hollow thing with a fogged glass insert and a chain lock screwed into the frame. It opened onto a patchy backyard, half dirt and half stubborn grass, that never decided what color it wanted to be. A leaning wooden fence separated us from the house behind, with one missing slat that gave a clear view into their trampoline and rusted grill. The whole house was on one level. No stairs, no basement, no upstairs neighbors to blame footsteps on. No crawl space, even just a low black void you could not reach without ripping open the floor. When my dad signed the lease, he called it perfect no stairs to mess with when I'm half asleep. I thought it meant there was nowhere for anything to hide above us. I was wrong about that, but not in the way I expected. Our nights together were compressed into a couple of hours between his waking up and leaving for work. We would eat half talk about nothing, and then he would glance at the clock on the stove. Always that cheap digital display, always glowing the wrong green. Around 9:30 p.m., he would push himself up from the recliner with a groan, the springs squeaking, and head down the hall to change. I would hear his belt buckle clink, the closet door slide, drawers scrape open and shut. Then came the small ritual of departure. Boots by the doormat, keys on the little hook by the door. The leather creak of his old wallet going into his back pocket. He always did a lap, checking the locks, front door, deadbolt, back door chain, the flimsy latch on the kitchen window above the sink. He would pause for a second at the front window, fingers resting on the edge of the blind cord, as if considering closing them all the way. But he never did. He liked to be able to see out when he came home in the mornings, he said. "You good?" he would ask, hand on the doorknob. "Yeah," I would say, because what else is a 16-year-old going to say? You know the drill. Lock up. No parties. Don't burn the place down. He would smile when he said it, a tired tilt of his mouth that did not quite reach his eyes. Then the door would open, letting in a slice of whatever the outside air felt like that night. Hot and humid in August, sharp and cold in October. And he would step out. The door would close with that hollow sound unique to older houses. I would watch his silhouette move past the front window for a second. Then the F-150's engine turning over headlights, washing over the neighbor's fence as he backed out. The taillights would vanish past the last street lamp in the cul-de-sac. The rumble would fade. The house always seemed to notice the moment he was gone. The furnace would kick on first, the click from the thermostat in the hallway, then the low building whoosh as air began to move through the vents. The fridge would choose that moment to buzz a little louder compressor working under the sudden stillness. The neighbor's dog, which had been silent and half asleep in its yard all afternoon, would start its nightly routine of barking at invisible threats, one sharp yelp at a time. Pipes ticked behind the walls as if something small was tapping at them, trying to get out. Old houses talk, my dad said once when I complained about the noises keeping me up. It was a Saturday, one of his rare nights off, and we were both on the couch, him half watching a game, me staring at the ceiling, while the furnace cycled on and off, like someone breathing through a bad dream. They pop and crack and settle. Wood expands, metal shrinks. All that science stuff you pretend to hate, he said. That's how you know the place is still standing. So if it stops, I asked, listening to the sudden quiet between cycles, the way the silence felt heavier than the sound. He shrugged eyes on the TV. Then you worry. The first time I heard anything that did not sound like a house clearing its throat, it was early that fall on one of those nights where the air outside was finally cool enough to make the inside feel cozy. Dad was at work. I was on the floor in the living room, back against the wall under the front window, my legs stretched out toward the coffee table. ESPN was on volume low enough that the announcers' voices were just a murmur, the commercials barely audible. The furnace had just shut off. I remember noticing the click from the thermostat and the way the whoosh died down into nothing. For a moment, all I could hear was the hum of the fridge and the faint metallic rattle of the vent cooling. Then there was a sound I had never heard before in that house. A single light knock. Not a crack inside the wall or a pop from the ceiling. A knock. Soft, quick, like someone tapping with a fingernail. It came from the glass just above my head, maybe a foot to the left. I felt it more than heard it, a tiny vibration through the drywall at my shoulder. I froze, controller in my hand, midair. The TV screen went blurry as my eyes unfocused. The dog next door chose that exact second to go silent, cutting off mid-bark. For a long breath, everything held still. I tilted my head, listening. Nothing. No second knock. No shadow moving across the blinds. The TV murmured on a crowd, cheering for something I did not see. I told myself it was the house. Maybe the pain shifting in its frame, cooling now that the sun was gone. Maybe the plastic blinds settling against each other. I stood up anyway and stepped away from the wall, suddenly aware of how close my spine had been to whatever had just announced itself on the other side. When my dad got home the next morning, bleary-eyed and coffee-stained, I mentioned it while we were standing in the kitchen, him pouring cereal straight into his mouth from the box. "Hey, does the window ever, I don't know, make a knocking sound?" I asked already, hearing how stupid it sounded. He snorted. "House talks," he said through a mouthful of cereal. "Sometimes it forgets you can hear it. You'll get used to it." Then he clapped me on the shoulder, shuffled off toward his bedroom, and the subject evaporated like it had never mattered. I let it go because I wanted it to be nothing. If I had really listened to that first knock, if I had taken seriously the way the dog shut up and the furnace went quiet, maybe the sound that came later would not have surprised me so much. Maybe I would not have gone to the window at all. Instead, I learned to live with a house that talked, and I tried very hard not to hear what it was actually saying. 1.3. The first wrong noise. The night I keep circling back to when I try to figure out where this really started was not the night with the shadow under the window. It was a few weeks before that, on a Tuesday, that should have been forgettable in every way. I was 16 up later than I should have been on a school night, which was normal. My room was the first door off the hallway, just to the right of the front window. I kept the door half open most nights the way my dad liked it when he was home. He said it helped the heat travel, but I think part of him just wanted to be able to hear if I snuck the TV on at 3 in the morning. The hallway light was off. The only brightness was from my TV and the strip of muted glow that leaked in from the living room, where I had left ESPN playing with the sound down, so the house would not feel completely empty. The rest of the world past that doorway was a series of shades darker gray for the hallway, nearly black for the space beyond that, where the big window sat like a blind eye facing the street. On the carpet beside my bed was an open bag of Doritos, half crushed at the top, cheese dust on my fingers, staining the controller. A can of Mountain Dew sweated onto a ring-shaped stain on my desk. I had spread my math homework out under the lamp earlier, made a private, quiet promise to myself that I would at least start on it after one more game. The papers were still there untouched, the printed problems glowing faintly under the yellow light. Outside, the cul-de-sac was doing its usual impression of a place where nothing ever happened. No cars passed our front window that late on a weeknight, unless someone got lost. The neighbor's dog had barked itself hoarse earlier and given up. Even the trains on the distant tracks were taking a break. It was just me, my TV, and the soft mechanical background chorus of the house. The furnace had cycled off maybe 10 minutes before leaving a comfortable residual warmth that made my eyelids heavy. Without the blowers running, the soundscape shifted. The loudest thing in the room became the soft hiss of the TV speakers and the occasional burst of digital gunfire from the game. Under that, if I really listened, I could hear the fridge in the kitchen gurgling as refrigerant moved through coils, a wet underwater sound that I had grown up with in every rental we ever lived in. The low hum of the old ceiling fan overhead filled in the gaps. Somewhere around just past 11, when most kids on my bus route were probably asleep, the first tap came. Tap. It was faint enough that if the game noise had been any louder, I might have missed it. It slipped into my awareness sideways like something I half heard and half felt. I knew exactly where it came from, though. I felt it in the wall to my right, the one that my bed backed up against the one that shared its other side with the living room and that big front window. Tap, tap, tap. The second and third taps were closer together, a tiny stutter, like someone outside had tested the glass with one finger and then tried a couple more just to see how it sounded. My thumb paused over the controller. For a moment, my character stood motionless on the screen, breathing quietly in some ruined digital landscape. Then I hit the pause button, and the game froze. The room changed shape when the sound disappeared. Without the constant chatter of the game in my ears, the silence became a physical thing, thick, insistent, filling up the corners. The house became a bowl of quiet, and I was sitting at the bottom of it. I could hear the faint gurgle from the fridge in the kitchen. Now the little ticking sounds of cooling metal as the furnace vents rested the occasional soft snore from the neighbor's dog through the wall. There was nothing else. The air in my room suddenly felt too still, as if even dust motes had stopped moving. I waited, holding my breath without realizing it, listening hard enough that my own heartbeat started to sound like footsteps. Nothing. I told myself it was the TV in the living room, some replayed highlight hitting the glass just right, with a burst of sound. I told myself it was the house expanding and contracting old wood, trying to remember what shape it wanted to be in now that the temperature had dropped. But the part of me that lived closer to my skin knew better. The sound had been too clean, too deliberate. Not a pop, not a creak, but a knock. Someone or something tapping. I set the controller on the bed and slid off onto the floor in one smooth movement, trying not to make the mattress squeak. My socks whispered against the carpet as I stood. My door was half open, the crack just wide enough for a strip of sickly blue light from the living room to seep in. It painted a pale rectangle on the hallway wall like a doorway drawn in chalk. Without really deciding to, I moved toward it. The hallway outside my room smelled faintly of whatever detergent my dad had used in the washer that day, mixed with the ghost of fried food from dinners past. My eyes adjusted slowly to the darker space. I could see the faint outline of the bathroom door further down the vague shape of the thermostat on the wall. The taps did not repeat. I stood there in the threshold halfway between my room and the rest of the house listening. The refrigerator gurgled again. Somewhere pipes clicked deep in the walls the way they do when hot water has been used recently. No car passed outside. No breeze rustled the bushes. The dog next door for once stayed quiet. I should have kept walking. I should have turned that corner, stepped into the living room, and looked directly at the front window. Maybe I would have seen nothing but my own reflection, lanky kid, with Doritos dust on his fingers and fear in his eyes. Maybe I would have seen movement in the bushes. Maybe there would have been nothing at all. Instead, I stopped just short of being able to see the glass. I realized standing there in the threshold that if I walked fully into the living room, I would be visible from the street. Anyone out there, anyone crouched just below the window line or standing further back in the dark, would be able to see me cross in front of the blinds. The idea slid into my mind like a cold knife that the person doing the tapping might not be trying to get into the house. They might just be trying to get me to come closer. The silence stretched. I shifted my weight from one foot to the other, feeling the carpet fibers press between my toes. A little draft moved down the hallway, cool against my bare ankles, smelling faintly of the metal and cold air near the back door. I imagined eyes just beyond the threshold of my vision level, with the bottom edge of the blinds tracking every hesitation. The taps did not come back. My brain, desperate for something ordinary to hold on to, reached for the easiest explanation. It was probably the TV, I told myself. Maybe one of the commentators clapped near a mic and the sound bounced weird off the walls. Maybe the neighbor slammed a car door just right and it echoed. Maybe old houses really did knock in their sleep. I stepped backwards, back into my room, without ever taking my eyes off the slice of hallway where the living room began. I reached back, blindly found the doorknob, and eased the door almost but not completely shut, leaving a crack so thin it barely qualified as open. Then I climbed back onto my bed, unpaused the game, and tried to lose myself in pixels and gunfire. I did not check outside. I did not call my dad at work to tell him his talking house had just said something new. I did not mention the taps to anyone in school the next day, did not turn it into a joke or a story. I buried it in the same place I buried a lot of things at 16, under homework. I pretended I would do later under fake annoyance and a controller in my hands. I made it small on purpose, shrank it down to the size of a glitch, a minor blip in the night. I let it go, or pretended I did. When I started writing all of this down for you, I realized that was the first time the window truly knocked. Not the loud, shocking bang that would come later when my brother was not there to hear it. Not the 3 heavy blows that would make the door to my bedroom shudder. Just a polite little test pattern tap. Tap, tap, asking if anyone was home. Ignoring it felt harmless at the time. Now I am not so sure. If I had taken that first sound seriously, I might not be writing to you about the night the knocking moved from the window to my bedroom door. 2. Thursday night alone. The night that everything finally stopped pretending to be normal was a Thursday in late October, the kind of cold that makes you see your breath if you exhale hard enough on the walk from the bus to your front door. Halloween decorations were already starting to sag around the neighborhood, plastic skeletons leaning sideways on porches, orange lights drooping along gutters, fake cobwebs gone gray with dust from the road. At Willow Bend Court, it was just another quiet weeknight. No Friday game for me the next day, no big test. No reason to stay up except the habits I had already built of dragging my sleep out as long as I could. The house smelled like the tail end of one more cheap dinner salsa, stale corn chips, and the faint, oily heat that always lingered in our kitchen after warming up anything in the oven. My dad was getting ready for work in the living room, sitting on the edge of the sagging recliner by the front window. His steel-toe boots sat on the mat by the door laces, flopped open like tired tongues. The TV was on tune to a college football game, the sound turned down low, so the commentators' voices sounded like they were underwater. A small table lamp in the corner cast a soft yellow circle over the coffee table, turning the rest of the room into a blur of shadows and blue light from the screen. He bent forward, grunting a little, and tugged on one boot, then the other. The leather creaked as he leaned back to tie the laces. His keys lay on the arm of the recliner, a dull little pile of metal, the house keys brass, worn shiny from years of use. "You gonna watch the whole thing?" he asked without looking up, nodding toward the TV. "Maybe," I said from the floor, picking at the corner of a chip bag. "Depends if it sucks." "That's the beauty of not caring about either team," he said. "You can turn it off without feeling like a traitor." He smiled a little at his own joke, then pushed himself up with a small exhale, reaching for his keys. They jingled in his hand, with that familiar, specific sound I still hear in my head, a bright, uneven clink that meant he was about to leave and the house was going to change. He walked into the kitchen to grab his travel mug, the one with the warehouse logo half scratched off, and the smell of cheap coffee drifted out ahead of him. From where I sat on the carpet, leaning back against the couch, I could see the green glow of the stove clock over his shoulder. It blinked 10:14 p.m. One segment on the second one burned out, so it always looked a little crooked. "Lock up after the game, okay?" he called, splashing coffee into the mug with practiced motions. He did not even have to look to know how far to tip the pot. "I always do," I said. He came back through the living room, scooping his wallet and phone off the side table. He switched his phone flashlight on for a second to check something on the screen, the brief white glare making his face look even more exhausted than usual, then clicked it off again. He paused by the front door, hand on the deadbolt, and looked over at me. "You all right?" he asked. "Yeah," I said, shrugging. "Just stuff due tomorrow." "Do at least some of it," he said. "Future you will thank you." We both knew future me would not, but it was part of the script. I nodded anyway. He glanced at the window, the blinds half drawn, then reached up and tilted them a little further downward, more out of habit than anything. The way the slats angled, you could still see the glow of the street lamp outside a vague orange shape in the dark. His reflection floated faintly on the glass for a second. A big man in a dark jacket, hunched shoulders, the shape of his face doubled. "Text me if anything weird happens," he said, more as a reflexive joke than a serious instruction. "Define weird," I said. "If a clown car pulls up on the lawn for starters," he said. "And if the furnace explodes." "The furnace is like older than me," I said. "It's not going to explode. It's just going to cough once and die." Then text me about that too, he said. I'll see if I can get funeral leave. He grinned, tired but trying, and I rolled my eyes in the way sons do when they secretly like their dad's bad jokes. Then he opened the door, and the night spilled in cold air, smelling like damp leaves and asphalt. The distant hum of the highway, the faint metallic scrape of the garage door starting to rumble open. He stepped out onto the small concrete stoop. I watched him from the couch as he pulled the door shut behind him, the deadbolt sliding into place with a solid clunk. Through the front window, I could see the vague shape of his shoulders as he walked down the short path, the motion-activated porch light, flipping on and turning him into a dark cutout against the glare. The F-150 started up with a familiar, slightly uneven growl. Headlights washed across the neighbor's fence. The truck backed down the driveway, tires crunching over the little lip of broken concrete at the end. Then it turned taillights glowing red as it rolled past the last street lamp on the cul-de-sac. For a brief second, he was framed there in that orange halo, and then he was gone. The house settled around the absence. The porch light clicked off after a few seconds, leaving only the soft flicker of the game on the TV and the steadfast glow of the table lamp. The furnace sighed and kicked in, pushing warm air through the vents under the windows. The fridge buzzed a little louder, a low, steady hum in the background. Somewhere outside, a dog barked once and then thought better of it. I sat there for a minute, just listening. The living room felt both bigger and smaller when he left. Bigger because I could stretch out on the floor and claim the whole couch if I wanted. Smaller because the darkness pressed a little closer to the windows, the corners of the room a little deeper, the shadows less like absence and more like something waiting. The bowl of salsa on the coffee table had developed a crust around the edges. The chips were going stale, their edges curling. The remote lay next to my knee, slick with thumbprints. I picked it up, flipped through a couple of channels, then muted the game again. I liked having the motion on the screen, players in uniforms crashing into each other, but I did not really care who won. The score ticked up and down in silence. After a few minutes, the restlessness kicked in. I got up, stretched, and scooped my Xbox controller off the side of the couch. The cord trailed behind me like a snake as I headed for the hallway. The short walk from living room to my bedroom was so familiar, I could have done it with my eyes closed, 2.5 steps to the edge of the rug, 1 to the threshold, and 3 more into my room. My bedroom felt smaller than the living room, but safer the walls, closer in. I dropped the controller on my bed, grabbed the Mountain Dew can from my desk, and nudged the door until it was half open the way I liked it, when I wanted to feel like I was still connected to the rest of the house without actually seeing anything. The slice of light from the living room cut across the hall and drew a rectangle on my floor just inside the doorway. I turned on my TV, the screen flaring blue. The familiar startup sound of the console rolled out, more comforting than any lullaby. I flopped onto the bed, propped myself up against the wall, and let my legs sprawl. Doritos bag on the floor within reach. Phone on the nightstand, face up, buzzing occasionally with messages. Group chat, a couple guys arguing about the game, sending low-res memes, complaining about homework and teachers and the general unfairness of having to wake up early. Someone dropped a rumor about a Halloween party that weekend. Someone else posted a blurry picture of their cat wearing a witch hat. I added a skull emoji and a half-hearted joke, then put the phone back down. Between matches, I scrolled through Instagram, thumb flicking past other people's lives. Selfies in costumes, shots of pumpkin spice lattes, screenshots of horror movies people were watching to get in the spirit. The irony of listening to fake screams while living in a house that made its own noises was not lost on me, but I did not dwell on it. The furnace cycled off. I heard the click in the hallway, the rush of warm air slowing to a stop. The sudden quiet that followed was like a soft blanket dropping over the house. The fan in my console whirred to fill the gap, but the sound felt thin. It struck me lying there with the controller in my hands and blue light flickering on the ceiling that it was the kind of night I had wished for when my parents were still together and the house was full of arguments. No shouting, no slamming doors. Just me alone, free to stay up too late, eat bad food, and care too much about a game that did not matter. I remember thinking it was a perfect, boring night, the kind I used to wish for in that house. Then, over the gunfire and explosions and distant digital screams coming from my TV, I heard a faint tap on the glass from the living room. 2.2. The window that kept being empty. The sound cut through the game in a way nothing on the screen ever did. Just a tiny, polite knock behind all the chaos. At first, I was not even sure I had heard it. It came in the middle of an explosion, a grenade going off in some ruined digital alley, and for a second, I told myself it was just part of the sound design. But when the echo faded, something in the room felt different. The hairs on my arms were standing up. My thumb hovered over the controller without pressing anything. I paused the game. The instant the sound cut out, the room changed shape again. The TV froze on a frame of my character mid-sprint muzzle flash, suspended like a second sun. With the game muted, the only noise coming from the television was a faint electrical hum, the soft whisper of the speakers as they waited to be told what to say next. From the living room, I could hear the commentators on the football game we had left on their voices, reduced to distant murmur through the wall. It was like listening to a party through an apartment door, too muffled to make out words, just the rise and fall of energy. Every so often, a crowd on the other side of that closed door erupted in a cheer that came through as a hollow roar. Then the HVAC shut off. There was the familiar click in the hallway thermostat deciding we were warm enough, and then the whoosh of air through the vents died out, leaving behind a soft sigh, like the house exhaling after holding its breath for too long. Without that constant rush in the background, the silence underneath became too clear. I slipped off the bed and into the hall, my socked feet making no sound on the carpet. The rectangle of light from the living room stretched up the wall like a doorway painted onto the darkness. As I stepped into it, another sound came sharper this time. Tap. It came from the front of the house, low and to the right. The exact place on the window where I remembered feeling that soft vibration a few weeks earlier when I had been leaning against the wall. Tap, tap. Those two were closer together, a little stutter, almost playful. I had the stupid thought that if someone outside was doing it, they would be smiling. My brain scrambled for explanations in the half-second before the fear fully kicked in. The easiest one was kids. There were some high schoolers at the far end of Willow Bend who treated the neighborhood like their personal obstacle course. They had smashed pumpkins the year before, left beer bottles in the gutter, ding-dong ditched the house opposite ours at midnight, just to watch the old guy come out in his robe swearing. It made sense in a way. Late October pumpkins on porches, bored teenagers looking for something to do. Tapping on windows would be tame for them. They had probably drawn straws to see who had to come up to the glass while the rest watched from the street and tried not to laugh. That was what I told myself as I moved down the hall, that it was just whoever smashed the Johnsons' pumpkins last year, creating a new tradition. I squared my shoulders like that would make me taller and marched into the living room. The TV on the wall was still showing the game color and motion splashing over the furniture. Players in white and blue were frozen in a replay. The camera zoomed in on a coach, mouthing something furious I could not hear. The remote lay abandoned on the couch where I had dropped it. The small lamp in the corner was still on, throwing a warm pool of light over the coffee table, catching the crusted edges of salsa and the crumpled chip bag. The window dominated the front wall. The blinds were down as my dad had left them, the white plastic slats tilted down toward the street. From inside, that angle meant you could see little slices of the outside if you stood close enough and looked down. From outside, it meant you would have to come right up to the glass and tilt your head to see in. I stopped a few feet away from it. The feeling of being watched was immediate, like walking into a room where someone has just been talking about you and gone quiet. My skin prickled. I imagined someone just beyond the glass, crouched down under the line of the sill, listening to my footsteps. If I stepped closer, they would know exactly where I was. If I yanked the blinds up, I would catch them off guard if they did not run first. For a few seconds, I did not move. I stood in the middle of the living room, the TV painting motion on my left, the blinds a flat pale line on my right. My own breathing suddenly too loud in my ears. Through the narrow gaps between the slats, all I could see was orange and black, the glow of the street lamp at the end of the cul-de-sac, and the steady absence of everything else. No passing headlights, no silhouettes, no obvious pranksters doubled over laughing. Okay, I muttered, mostly to convince myself I was not scared. Okay. I took the last few steps to the door instead. The deadbolt's metal was cold under my fingers. As I turned it, the lock sliding back with a solid clunk. The rubber seal around the door sighed as I pulled it open, a small resistance giving way to the outside air. The cold hit me in the face, first sharp and clean and smelling of wet leaves and asphalt. My breath puffed out in a thin white cloud as I stepped onto the concrete stoop. I suddenly felt underdressed, just a t-shirt and thin socks, no jacket, no shoes. The night wrapped around my ankles like cold water. I stood there for a second, letting my eyes adjust. Our front step was a small rectangle of concrete, with a hairline crack running through it. The one porch light above it was burned out, not that we had ever bothered to replace it, so the only illumination came from the window behind me and the distant street lamp down the court. The living room TV flickered faintly in the glass at my back, but it did not reach far. The gravel at the edge of the driveway crunched under my socks as I stepped forward, little stones pressing up through the thin fabric. The air was so still, I could hear the faint hum of the highway from miles away, a constant low roar that sounded like the ocean if you did not think about it too hard. A train horn bled in from that direction, long and lonely, then faded. Somewhere, maybe 2 cul-de-sacs over, a dog barked once, twice, then stopped. No laughter. No quick, guilty footsteps pounding away down the pavement. No rustle of bushes from someone scrambling to get deeper into the shadows. I walked along the side of the house, the siding a dull gray blur in my peripheral vision. The bushes under the front window were a messy line of shapes, their branches dry and scratchy. I crouched a little, ignoring the way the cold soaked into my knees, through my sweatpants, and pushed a couple of branches aside. Dry leaves crackled. Candy wrappers caught there by the wind rattled against each other, bright little shapes with logos half faded. The dirt was bare in spots, compacted and hard. There were no obvious footprints, no trampled spots where someone had been kneeling or crouching. The only smell was damp earth and a hint of something sweet and rotten from a long-forgotten piece of Halloween candy that had melted into the soil. I straightened up my toes, starting to go numb in the cold. The front of the house stared back at me, blind and flat. The window from the outside showed nothing but the pale suggestion of our living room light-shadow movement with no detail. If someone had been there, they were gone now. Or they had been patient enough not to move to blend into the dark in a way my eyes could not catch. I told myself it was the former. Idiots, I muttered under my breath, pretending I was annoyed at imaginary kids instead of angry at myself for coming out there without shoes. Go bother someone else. My breath fogged again as I spoke. It hung in the air for a second, and then dissolved. I trudged back up to the front door, the tips of my socks darkening with damp from the concrete. Inside the house looked warmer light pooling on the carpet, familiar shapes of furniture waiting. I stepped over the threshold, closed the door, and threw the deadbolt, the metal sliding home with a sound that usually made me feel safer. It did not help much this time. I stood with my hand still on the knob for a moment, listening. The furnace kicked back on as if relieved to have the door closed again, pushing warm air up from the vent near my feet. The fridge in the kitchen hummed. The commentators on the game had apparently come back from commercial. A crowd roared, faintly muffled in the background. The house sounded exactly the way it always did after my dad left. Next time I ignore it, I told myself. Next time it can knock all it wants. I'm not freezing my ass off for some joke. That decision felt like reclaiming something, like drawing a line. I walked back down the hall, forcing myself not to look at the window, not to think about the angle of the blinds, or what might have been on the other side a minute ago. In my room, everything was as I had left it. TV paused, Doritos bag listing to one side like a sinking ship, Mountain Dew can sweating on the desk. I sat down on the bed, picked up the controller, and unpaused the game, trying to slide back into the rhythm of the match, like none of it mattered. For about 5 seconds, it worked. Then the house reminded me it did not care what lines I drew. 3 sharp knocks hit the window in the living room, so loud and sudden, they seemed to punch through the wall and into my spine. Same spot. Same low height. This time I did not go to the front door. I went straight to the window. 2.3, the shadow under the sill and the door that answered. I did not remember deciding to move. 1 second I was on my bed controller in my hand, ears ringing with those 3 knocks. The next second I was already halfway down the hall, the game forgotten my socks, whispering over the carpet. The living room felt smaller when I stepped into it, as if the walls had leaned in a little while I was gone. The lamp in the corner still burned, casting its warm puddle of light across the coffee table, but it seemed weaker now, like it was fighting with the darkness instead of pushing it back. The TV was still on the game, rolling through some replay, but it was muted, all motion and no sound. My attention went straight to the front wall. The window dominated it, just like always. From the inside, it was not impressive. 3 panes of thin glass, set into an aluminum frame that had lost its shine long before we moved in. The blinds were the same cheap white plastic 100 rentals use, each slat warped slightly at the edges. Dust gathered along the top surfaces, where my dad's half-hearted cleaning never quite reached. They smelled faintly of old plastic and dust, a scent like the inside of a storage unit, noticeable only when you stood too close. Light from the street lamp at the end of the cul-de-sac bled through the gaps between the slats in narrow orange stripes. They cut across the wall, the floor, my own chest, making everything look like it had been sliced into pieces and stacked back together. The rest of the room was painted in TV light and shadow moving images washing over motionless furniture. I walked right up until my toes were almost touching the baseboard under the window. The cold coming off the glass surprised me. I could feel it on the skin of my face, on my bare arms, this thin, steady chill that had nothing to do with the furnace. It seeped out through the microscopic gaps in the frame and rolled down the wall like invisible fog pooling around my feet. The heater vent was a few feet away, humming out warm air, but here right up against the wall, the cold was winning. For a second, the whole world narrowed down to a few things: the soft whine of the TV electronics, the faint roar of the crowd from the muted game, the distant rush of the highway outside, and my own heartbeat. I could hear it in my ears, feel it in my throat, a hard, insistent pounding that did not match any sound coming from the house. I realized I was breathing through my mouth. I shut it, trying to quiet even that. The silence pressed back. "Real funny," I muttered, though there was no one to hear it but me and whatever was beyond the glass. My voice sounded too loud. It fell flat in the room and did not bounce back. I reached out and hooked my right index finger under one of the lower slats of the blind, the plastic warm and smooth under my skin. The slats were tilted down toward the street. Lifting one would give me a narrow view of the porch and whatever might be crouched outside. I told myself that was what I wanted, to catch some idiot in a hoodie in the act and have something to throw in their face later. I raised the blind a fraction of an inch. As I did, something brushed across the tops of my toes. It was light, barely more than a whisper of contact, but it was there, moving from left to right, a soft, dragging sensation that felt nothing like air or random changes in temperature. It felt like fabric, the hem of a sleeve, or the edge of a shirt, or maybe hair falling across skin. Whatever it was, it had texture. It had weight. The blind creaked softly as I froze my finger, still holding it up. I looked down. The lamp in the corner, the flicker from the TV, and the thin orange stripes of streetlight between the slats combined into a patchwork of light on the wall under the window. It was not much, not enough for detail, but enough to draw shapes. My body cast one shadow, tall, elongated, standing straight on the wall behind me. I could see my own outline vaguely, the slope of my shoulders, the tilt of my head, the arm raised to hold the blind. That made sense. There was another shape directly under the sill that did not. It was sitting where the wall met the floor, pressed back against the drywall, occupying the exact strip of space where my toes almost touched. It was a deeper patch of darkness within the shadows, a slightly more solid absence. It had the shape of a person who had folded themselves down, small shoulders, hunched up near where a head bowed forward, knees drawn up but lost in the black where the table lamp did not reach. One arm extended out along the floor, and the hand, if you could call that shape a hand, rested almost casually near my feet, fingers splayed just enough that I could see them as separate dark lines. It was angled wrong for me. If it had been my own shadow doing something weird with the light, the geometry would have matched. It did not. I could see both at once, my standing form above and behind it, and this smaller hunched silhouette pressed into the wall as if it had been there a very long time and only just remembered how to shift. For several seconds, neither of us moved. I say us like it was definitely a person, but even now I am not sure that is what it was. What I know is that my body decided moving would be a very bad idea. Every muscle locked up. I was aware of everything at once, the roughness of the carpet under my socks, the chill breathing out of the glass, the slight vibration in the drywall at my back from the unseen highway. The TV continued to flicker in my peripheral vision, players running and colliding in complete silence, but the picture might as well have been a painting. The hunched shape under the sill did not shift, did not twitch, did not do anything dramatic. It just existed like a stain on the wall, a void that had chosen an outline very close to human. My own shadow trembled slightly on the plaster as my shoulders started to shake with the effort of standing so still. The thing under the sill did not even ripple. It was like my presence had been expected. At some point, my survival brain found the override switch. I tore my hand away from the blind. The slat snapped back down with a soft clatter, cutting off the stripes of orange light, plunging that corner of the room into deeper shadow. I did not stay to see what that did to the shape on the wall. I spun on my heel and ran. The hallway felt twice as long on the way back. The carpet grabbed at my socks. The lamp's light seemed to chase me, then fall behind. My bedroom door gaped open like a mouth at the end of a tunnel. I dove through it, grabbed the edge, and slammed it shut hard enough that the cheap hollow core shuddered in its frame. My fingers fumbled for the lock, found it, turned it until it clicked. I grabbed the back of my desk chair, a flimsy metal thing with a stained cushion, and jammed it under the doorknob at an angle that movies had taught me would help, even though the door opened inward. The whole time my heart was doing its best to punch its way out of my chest. Only when the chair was wedged and the lock was turned did I realize I had started whispering "no, no, no" under my breath without meaning to. My phone was on the nightstand. I snatched it up with hands that did not feel entirely under my control. My first instinct was not 911. I hit my dad's contact instead. He answered on the second ring, the roar of the warehouse in the background, forklifts beeping and something metallic clanging. "Yeah," he said, sounding harried. "Everything okay?" "There's someone in the house," I blurted. The words tumbled out without structure. In the living room under the window, I saw what his voice sharpened. "Slow down. What are you talking about?" I heard knocking on the window again, and then there was. I stopped, suddenly aware of how it was going to sound if I said "Shadow sitting under the sill" out loud. I went out, and there's something in here, Dad. I don't know if it's a person or what. It was sitting right under the window. I'm in my room. Door's locked. There was a swear word, half muted. The warehouse noise dimmed. He had probably ducked into some side office. "Did you see a face?" he asked. "A person, clothes, anything like that? No. Just a shape. A shadow. But it wasn't mine. It was right there, like somebody sitting on the floor. I thought they touched my feet." "Okay," he said, voice going into a lower register I had only heard when something was seriously wrong. "Listen to me. Hang up with me and call 911 right now. Stay in your room. Do not open that door until a cop tells you to. You understand?" "Yeah," I said, though I was not sure my voice came out as more than a squeak. "Tell them your address. Tell them you're home alone and there's a possible intruder. I'm heading there now, but they'll beat me. Do not go back out there, you hear me?" "Yes," I said. My throat hurt. He hesitated, then added softer, "It's probably nothing, okay, but just in case. Call them." He hung up before I could reply. My thumb hovered over the keypad for a second. Then I punched in 911 and hit call. The ringing felt too loud in my ear. It was like shouting my presence into the house. 911, what's your emergency?" a calm woman's voice said. "There's someone in my house," I said. "I think." I heard banging on the window, and then I saw something. "My dad's at work. I'm alone." She asked for my address. I gave it, stumbling over the numbers only once. Willow Bend Court rolled out of my mouth like I was confessing something instead of reciting it. She asked my name, my age, if I could safely stay where I was. "Yes," I said. "My bedroom door's locked." "All right, stay on the line with me," she said. "Officers are on the way." "Are you hearing anything right now?" I opened my mouth to say no. From the front of the house came a new sound, not the crisp, clean knocks from earlier. This was a dragging noise, like someone running a knuckle slowly along the drywall, taking their time. It started at the front wall, at least that's where it sounded like it came from, and began to move. Skirk, skirk, skirk. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. On the phone, there was a brief pause. "Is that them?" the dispatcher asked. Her voice had changed, a little less clinical now. It's on the wall," I said. "It's moving." The sound continued, a slow, steady travel from the area of the window toward the hallway, as if someone were walking with their hand pressed flat against the wall, dragging it along just to prove they could. The noise was not loud, but it was wrong in a way that grabbed the back of my spine and squeezed. It passed the point on the wall where I knew the thermostat was got closer to where the hall opened toward my room. Skirk, skirk. I realized I was holding the phone so tight my fingers hurt. The dispatcher repeated my name quieter now. The sound stopped. For a heartbeat, there was nothing, no dragging, no knocking, no background furnace rumble, no fridge. The house was utterly still. Then right beside my head, something hit my bedroom door. It was one single heavy thud, right at about the height a fist would land if someone stood directly outside and punched it once, not to break it down, just to announce themselves. The hollow core shuddered. The chair under the knob rattled, scooting a fraction of an inch across the carpet. Plaster dust sifted down from the top of the frame in a faint, powdery breath. I did not scream. The sound shoved the air right out of my lungs. All I could manage was a sharp inhale that never quite turned into anything. "Sir," the dispatcher said. "What just happened?" My voice broke. It knocked. On my door. It's right outside my door. "Officers are very close," she said. "Do not move, do not open the door, just breathe, okay? You're doing good." "Can you hear anything now?" Any footsteps, any voices? I listened. Nothing. No footsteps walking away down the hall. No rustle of clothing. No scrape of furniture. The only things I could hear were my own breathing, too fast and too shallow, and the faint hiss of the phone pressed against my ear. Even the upstairs neighbor's usual TV noises were absent, as if the whole world had agreed to hold its breath with me. The silence felt intentional. That was the worst part. It felt like whatever had knocked on the window along the wall on my door was waiting just on the other side, perfectly still, enjoying the way I was pinned in place. Somewhere far away, so faint I almost thought I imagined it. I heard the start of a siren. It grew gradually louder, a distant wail turning into something closer, more specific, weaving through the roadways between the main drag and our little dead-end street. "They're almost there," the dispatcher said. "You'll hear them pull up. Stay where you are until you hear them announce themselves." The siren cut off as the car turned onto our court. Tires on gravel. A car door slam. Heavy boots on the concrete step. A hard, authoritative pounding on the front door. "Sheriff's office." A man's voice shouted, muffled through the house. If anyone's inside, call out. I stayed still for another second, convinced that if I made any sound, the thing on the other side of my door would beat them to it. Then the dispatcher told me to answer, so I forced my throat to work. In here, I shouted the word, tearing its way out. First bedroom on the right, the front door opened. I heard voices, footsteps, the metallic clink of something, maybe a flashlight knocking against a belt buckle. A second later, knuckles rapped on my bedroom door, gentler this time. "Sheriff's office," a different voice called. "You can move the chair. We're coming in." My hands shook as I dragged the chair away. I unlocked the door and stepped back. When it opened, 2 deputies filled the frame, both in dark uniforms, one with his hand resting, but not gripping the butt of his sidearm. Their flashlights cut through my dim room, bouncing off posters and dirty laundry, making everything look worse. They swept the house twice. They checked the living room, the kitchen, the bathroom, my dad's room, the closets. They opened the back door, shone lights across the yard. Walked the perimeter of the house beams, slicing through bushes and over siding. One of them knelt by the front window and inspected the frame, running gloved fingers along the glass. Another walked the length of the sidewalk and driveway, his boots crunching in the gravel where my socks had been earlier. They found no open windows, no doors jimmied or left ajar, no footprints in the dirt I had inspected, no sign that anyone had been sitting under the window inside or out. The deadbolt was intact. The chain on the back door hung exactly where my dad had left it. Could have been kids messing around. The older deputy said when they circled back to the kitchen where I was sitting at the small table, fingers wrapped around a mug of water I had not actually drunk from. You go outside, they run. Happens. They knocked on my bedroom door, I said. My voice sounded thin even to me, from the hallway side. In older houses, sound travels weird, he said. There was no cruelty in it, but there was a kind of distant patience, like he had had this exact conversation too many times before. Pipes, vents, all kind of stuff in the walls. You get the furnace shutting off, everything else goes quiet. Every little creak sounds like a knock. They hit it hard enough to move the chair, I said. My hand still ached from where I had gripped the phone. He glanced at the chair, which sat a little crooked now. Adrenaline'll do that, he said. I'm not saying you didn't hear something. I'm saying we don't see any sign of anyone getting in. That's a good thing, right? I nodded because that was what he expected, not because I believed him. After they left, promising to have patrol swing by a few extra times that week, just in case my dad finally made it home. He was pale and more shaken than he pretended to be, hugging me too hard, and then stepping back quickly as if embarrassed. He walked through the house himself, flicking lights on and off, opening cabinets and closets the deputies had already checked. Like maybe they had missed something only he could see. They had not. Eventually, the front door shut for the last time that night. The squad car's red and blue lights washed across the walls one more time and then faded into darkness. The house swallowed the absence of other people's voices and boots. The furnace cycled on. The fridge hummed. The dog next door barked once, twice, and then went back to whatever dogs do at midnight. My dad went to his room to call his supervisor and let them know he would not be coming back in. He closed his door softly out of habit so as not to wake me, even though there was no chance of that happening. I sat alone at the kitchen table with the light off the glow from the stove clock, the only illumination. From where I was, if I leaned just a little to the left, I could see straight down the short hall into the living room. The front window was out of my direct line of sight, but the wall beneath it was perfectly framed, an empty strip of off-white, the place where baseboard met plaster. I stared at that wall for a long time. In the dim light, my eyes began to play tricks. I thought I saw the darkness there, thicken, then thin, then thicken again, as if something was breathing against it from the other side. I imagined the hunched shape pressed back into the drywall, knees up, head, bowed, one arm extended along the floor. Even without light to draw it, the outline lived there, burned in. The house was talking again, only this time it did not need sound to say what it wanted to say. In my head, the shape never moved. It just sat under the sill, patient, like it had found its place and was in no hurry to go anywhere else. 3.1. The house that would not go back to normal. That first night after the deputies left and my dad finally stopped doing laps through the house, I tried to pretend things were fine. That was my first mistake after all the other mistakes. He told me to sleep in his room if I wanted. I said no. I did not want to be closer to the front of the house. His window faced the street too, and it felt wrong to put myself any nearer to that wall than I had to. I told him I would be fine in my own room like always. I lasted maybe 20 minutes. I lay on my back, fully dressed, shoes still on. The lamp on my nightstand stayed on, throwing a weak circle of light up onto the ceiling, making my posters look washed out and flimsy. My bedroom door was shut and locked, but now that the adrenaline had worn off, the thinness of the wood between me and the rest of the house was all I could think about. The cheap little lock suddenly felt like nothing, a token gesture meant to make kids feel better, not actually keep anything out. Every sound was the wrong shape. The furnace kicked on. Instead of the comforting whoosh I was used to, it sounded like a deep breath being taken right outside my door. The vent in my room rattled once as the hot air came through, and I flinched like someone had hit the wall. Somewhere in the kitchen, the fridge compressor chugged to life a low, steady hum I had grown up with in every house. That night, it sounded like someone clearing their throat. I rolled onto my side away from the door and stared at the crack of light at the bottom. I could see the faintest shadow of the chair I had kicked against it earlier. The memory of that single knock on the other side played on a loop in my head. The weight of it, the way the door had shuddered, the way the silence afterward had felt. Satisfied. At some point, I realized I was not actually breathing normally. I was taking shallow, fast sips of air, waiting for the next knock. I tried to slow it down and only managed to make myself more aware of my own heartbeat. After what felt like an hour, but was probably less than 10 minutes, I got up. The lamp made the room look smaller when I stood. My reflection in the dark TV screen looked like a stranger, pale face, wide eyes, shoulders hunched up, like I was expecting a blow. I unlocked the door, eased it open, and stepped into the hallway. The house at night had always made noises, but now I heard them differently. Floorboards creaked as the temperature shifted. Pipes ticked in the walls. The ice maker in the freezer chose that exact moment to drop a load of cubes into the tray with a clatter like distant bones. I flinched anyway. The living room was still lit, TV off, but the corner lamp casting its tired pool of yellow onto the couch and coffee table. You could see dust motes hanging in the air if you looked at the light just right. I walked around the sagging coffee table and dropped down onto the couch, curling myself into a corner, like I was trying to disappear into the fabric. My dad's bedroom door was half closed. I could hear him moving around inside drawers, opening then shutting a little too firmly, the springs of his mattress complaining, as he sat down, the muffled buzz of his voice on the phone with his supervisor. He was trying to talk like it was no big deal, like he just needed a night off for family stuff. But his tone had an edge to it I was not used to. I grabbed the remote and turned the TV back on, not to watch anything in particular, just to have faces and motion and noise that came from somewhere I could identify. I flipped until I found some sitcom rerun block and left it there. Laugh tracks poured into the room in bursts, tinny and fake, but it was still better than listening to the house breathe. At some point after midnight, I dozed off with my chin on my chest, the TV light flickering over my closed eyes, the lamp burning steadily. I woke up to my neck aching and the canned laughter assaulting me at too high a volume. The stove clock in the kitchen said 4:13 a.m. in that crooked green. My dad was snoring faintly in his room door, now closed all the way. Nothing had knocked while I slept. Nothing had dragged along the wall. The house had not done anything worse than be old. Daylight made a liar out of the night. In the morning, when I finally shuffled into the kitchen, everything looked almost harmless. Sunlight pushed through the same front window that had seemed like an eye hours earlier, smearing soft rectangles of light across the floor. The wall under the sill looked blank and smooth. If you did not know what you were looking for, there was no trace of the shape I had seen pressed there. My dad poured cereal into 2 bowls, the clatter of it against ceramic too loud in the quiet kitchen. He had dark circles under his eyes, stubble shadowing his jaw, but he still went through the motions. "You look like hell," he said, sliding a bowl toward me. "You too," I said. He raised an eyebrow. "You sleep at all on the couch," I said. "Kind of." "Yeah," I figured. His gaze slid past me toward the entrance to the living room, lingering just a second too long on the front wall. "It's always worse that first night." "That implies there's like a series," I said, "of nights." He shrugged one shoulder. "Adrenaline crash. Brains are weird. You went through something scary, your head's gonna replay it. You'll settle back down." He spoke like he believed it. His hands said otherwise. As he ate, he kept getting up under the pretense of needing more coffee or another paper towel. Each time he passed through the living room, checked the deadbolt, and paused by the window. The third time, he stood there long enough that I stopped pretending not to watch him. His eyes were not on the glass. They were fixed on the strip of wall beneath it, the same place mine kept drifting to. What I asked after he had done his third loop. Nothing he said too quickly. Just thinking about maybe replacing those blinds. They're old. "Yeah," I said. "That's the main problem with this house. The blinds." He gave me a look that said he heard the tone but was choosing for now not to pick it apart. He sat back down, spoon clinking in the bowl. School did not care that I had spent the night listening for knocks that did not come. The bus showed up at the usual time, air brakes sighing. I walked out into the gray morning with my backpack slung over one shoulder and my eyes locked on the cracked concrete of the front walk, refusing to look directly at the window. I told myself that if I did not acknowledge it, it could not acknowledge me. The bus ride was the usual mix of half-awake kids, the smell of wet jackets and cheap body spray. The driver's radio turned down low. We rolled past a strip of fast food places, a car wash, a small church with a letter sign out front, trying to make a Bible verse into a pun. None of it had changed. The rest of the world had not rearranged itself around what had happened in my living room. In the cafeteria before first period, the noise was loud enough to be almost soothing trays, slamming voices overlapping the squeak of shoes on the waxed floor. Two of my friends were arguing about some horror movie they had watched over the weekend, loudly picking apart how fake the jump scares were. "You always see it coming," one of them said. "They telegraph it. The music swells, the camera gets all tight, you know something stupid is about to pop out." "Yeah," the other said. "Real life doesn't do that. Real life would just be bam. Heart attack, no soundtrack." They laughed. I forced a smile but did not join in. My brain supplied its own counterpoint. Real life sometimes knocks first. It gives you a little tap, tap, tap just to see if you're listening. I thought about telling them what had happened about the cops, the knock on the bedroom door, the way the dispatcher's voice had suddenly stopped sounding bored. But every time I tried to imagine the words coming out of my mouth, I saw their faces, the smirk, the slow head tilt, the inevitable, "You were probably half asleep," or "Dude, that's actually sick. Are you sure it wasn't like sleep paralysis or something?" I did not have anything to show them. No video, no photo. Just a story about a shadow and a sound and a house with no footprints around it. In a school full of kids who filmed everything, who recorded pranks and fights and even boring lunches on their phones, telling a horror story without evidence made you sound like you wanted attention. So I said nothing. Days turned into weeks. High school kept happening, algebra tests, English essays, rumors about who liked who, announcements about the Halloween dance over the crackly intercom. It was like my life had two tracks now, one where everything continued as usual, and one that only came alive when the sun went down and the house on Willow Bend reclaimed me. At night, the house would start its breathing again. The furnace would click on roar briefly, then taper off. The tick, tick, tick of cooling metal would remind me of fingernails on a desk. The fridge would hum, then gurgle as something shifted in its insides. Ice would drop into the tray with a clunk that for half a second sounded like a knock until my brain caught up. Pipes in the walls would make tiny, irregular pops that mapped themselves in my head onto the outline of that front wall. Every sound became a question. Was that normal? Was that the house? Was that it? There were a couple of false alarms that proved how jumpy I had become. One windy night, the neighbor's trash can rolled down the driveway and bounced lightly against our front steps. The hollow thud sent me scrambling off the couch with my heart racing. Another time, A branch fell on the roof in the middle of the night, scrabbling down the shingles like fingers, and I lay there in bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the noise to move to the walls. It did not, but the waiting was its own damage. I started to pay attention to the boundary lines in that house in a way I never had before. Where carpet met baseboard, where wall met window, where inside ended and outside began. I found myself giving that front wall a wide berth without meaning to. When I crossed the living room, I took angles that kept me away from the area under the sill, curving my path, like there was an invisible barrier there. If I had to sit on the couch, I sat on the end farthest from the window, tucking my feet up on the cushion instead of letting them rest on the floor. Even when nothing happened, it felt like something could at any second, and that was almost worse. The house would go quiet between cycles of the furnace, and in that sudden stillness, I would become acutely, painfully aware of every inch of drywall between me and the night. The window had knocked once. The wall had answered. Now, even when they were silent, I knew they were capable of talking. 3.2 locks, lights, and a camera that blinks. My dad has never been the kind of man who sits still and lets a problem just exist. He might not believe in ghosts, but he believes in hardware. After a couple of weeks of me jumping at every sound and him pretending not to notice, he cracked. "Okay," he said one Saturday morning, closing the cabinet a little harder than he needed to. "We're doing something about this." About what I asked, though we both knew. He gestured vaguely toward the front of the house. "About you looking at that wall every 5 minutes like it's about to grow teeth. About me doing 3 extra laps a night before work. If it's gonna keep you from sleeping, we at least make it harder for anyone or anything to be where they shouldn't be." "Fair, sure," I said. "Sure." The list started with locks. He came home from Home Depot that afternoon with a plastic bag full of metal new deadbolts, a chain lock for the back door, and a set of little steel bars designed to screw into window frames and stop them from sliding up more than a few inches. He dumped it all out on the kitchen table, the clatter of metal on wood sounding harsher than it should have. The front door was first. He unscrewed the old deadbolt, the one that sometimes stuck in cold weather, and replaced it with a heavier one that had high security stamped on the packaging. The new bolt slid into the frame with a slow, satisfying thunk when he tested it like it really meant it this time. The back door got a chain lock, the cheap kind you see in motels. He drilled into the frame and door, muttering under his breath when the wood splintered a little, then tested it by opening the door a few inches and letting the chain catch. The metal links rattled with a thin, bright sound that made my teeth itch. The windows were trickier. He screwed those little bars into the frames so that the sashes could only be lifted a few inches unless you unscrewed them first. It made the idea of anyone lifting the glass from outside even less likely than it already had been. But it did not do much about what I had seen sitting under the sill on the inside. He knew it too. I watched him hesitate by the front window drill in hand, looking not at the latch, but at the base of the wall where my eyes always seemed to end up. He shook his head once like he was clearing it, and then bent to his task. "There," he said, when he finished wiping sawdust from his hands onto his jeans. "Short of replacing the whole house that's as tight as we can make it." He stood there a second longer, staring at the wall. "And lights," he added. "We'll get a light." That was how I ended up at Walmart with him at 9:30 at night, pushing a cart down the home improvement aisle under buzzing fluorescent tubes. The store always felt weirdly bright at that hour, overlit and underpopulated. The aisles stretched out in long, sterile rows. A few other shoppers drifted through like ghosts, an older woman inspecting cans of soup, a couple arguing in low voices over what kind of laundry detergent to buy. At the end of our aisle, cardboard skeletons hung from a seasonal display, their printed grins warped where kids had bent them. My dad held a motion-activated floodlight in its plastic shell, reading the back. "This one says it goes 30 feet, he said, half to me and half to himself. Covers a wide angle. We put it over the driveway. Nothing gets past without lighting up like a stage." "Okay," I said. It sounded like a commercial. It also sounded like hope. Next to the floodlights was a shelf of security cameras. We could not afford anything fancy. No brand-name systems with cloud storage and smartphone apps. He picked up a box for an off-brand model that came with a small DVR and promised crystal-clear night vision in muddy, oversaturated photos on the package. "It records to this little box," he said, tapping the image. "We stick it in the living room, angle it at the window and front door. If anyone so much as breathes out there, we'll have it on tape. That make you feel better?" Yeah. I lied because I was not sure if having proof would actually be comforting. The cashier barely looked at us as she scanned the boxes, her eyes, half-lidded face lit bluish by her phone screen propped beside the register. The floodlight and camera slid down the belt with a plasticky scrape. A rubber bat on a nearby Halloween end cap swung slightly each time someone walked by its little chains, squeaking. The store's music played some upbeat pop song that did not match my mood. Back at the house, the floodlight went up over the driveway, just under the edge of the roof. I held the ladder while my dad drilled into the siding, the evening air biting through my sleeves. The light fixture looked oversized on the small front face of the house, twin blank eyes staring down at the cracked concrete. Inside, we mounted the camera in the living room on a corner shelf my dad hastily screwed into the wall near the ceiling. From there, it had a clear view of the front door, the window, and most of the room. It was a squat, little black thing lens in the middle, like an unblinking pupil. A thin cable snaked down the wall to the DVR box, which my dad set on the TV stand. When he plugged it in, a red LED lit up on the front, steady at first, and then blinking slowly, as if the whole system were breathing. "No internet," he said almost proudly. "So nobody can hack in and watch us in our underwear." "Comforting," I said. He showed me how the DVR worked, how to toggle through the timestamps, how to pause, rewind, fast forward. The footage showed up on the TV if you switched the input. It was grainy, a little washed out, but clear enough to make out faces and shapes. "We'll let it run overnight for a while," he said, "just to see if anything's actually out there." The first few nights felt almost normal if you did not look too closely at how hard we were both pretending. We left the TV on low in the living room after dinner, the sound turned down to a murmur. My dad would sit in his recliner for as long as he could before work, half watching a game, or the news, half watching the front window. I stayed on the couch pointedly, not staring at the camera's blinking red light. Every time the new motion-activated floodlight whooshed on outside, sending bright white rectangles of light through the cracks in the blinds, we both pretended not to jump. My dad would make some comment like "cat, probably," or guess a leaf blew by, and I would nod too quickly. Still, the idea that something would trigger that light and the camera would see it made the nights feel less bottomless. The blinking red LED became a kind of talisman. As long as it was on, I told myself we were not helpless. If the knocks came back, at least I would not be the only one who knew. It took a couple of nights for that comfort to flip. Sitting there in the half-dark watching TV with one eye and that little red dot with the other, I started to feel like the camera was not just watching the window, it was watching us. Recording the two of us breathing, twitching every time the heater shut off. Saving it. Turning our fear into something you could rewind. I started to wonder if watching yourself being afraid is worse than not knowing. One night, a week or so after we installed everything, my dad had already left for work. It was around 10:45 p.m. the exact kind of time the house liked to get my attention. I was alone in the living room, the only light coming from the TV and the DVR's red LED. I had promised myself I was not going to sit there and stare at the window all night, so I had some dumb comedy on volume low, letting the laugh track fill in the spaces where my own laughter should have been. The furnace hummed. The ice maker thunked once and then went still. The dog next door did a few lazy barks at something only it cared about. Then, without warning, the front yard exploded in light. The motion floodlight whooshed on with a soft but distinct sound, like someone opening a curtain too fast. Harsh, white glare leaked around the sides of the blinds and through the tiny holes in the slats, drawing new patterns on the ceiling and the far wall. The living room, which had seemed dim and safe a moment ago, was suddenly washed in that cold, temporary daylight. My body reacted before my brain did. I was off the couch and at the window in seconds, heart racing. I pressed my palm flat against the wall beside the frame to feel something sturdy and leaned toward the blinds, tilting one slat with my finger to look out. My breath fogged the glass a little. The driveway was empty. No car idled at the curb. No person walked up the sidewalk. The bushes under the window were motionless, their leaves too still for even a breeze. The street lamp at the end of the cul-de-sac looked offended that something had dared to be brighter than it. No cats, no raccoons, no neighbor out for a late smoke. The only sound was the faint electrical buzz of the floodlight itself and the blood rushing in my ears. After a few long, slow seconds, the light clicked off. The darkness rushed back in to fill the space it had created. The room reverted to TV glow and lamplight. The silence after that click felt heavy, like someone letting go of a held breath just outside. I stood there a little longer than I needed to, staring at concrete that no one was standing on. Probably a bug, I told myself on the way back to the couch. Spider moth, something little. Doesn't take much. I did not quite believe it. The next day, when my dad got home from his shift, I mentioned it while he was pouring coffee into a chipped mug. "The light went on last night," I said. Right out of nowhere. Nothing there when I checked. He frowned just enough that the lines around his mouth deepened. "What time?" he asked. "A little before 11, I said. Could be anything he said automatically. Moth, like you said. Or the sensor's too sensitive. Cheap stuff." "Yeah," I said. I was thinking, maybe we should check the tape, just in case. He hesitated, mug halfway to his lips. Then he sighed. "Yeah," he said. "All right. Let's see what our little movie star caught." We sat side by side on the sagging couch, morning sun shoving its way angrily through the front window as he switched the TV input over to the DVR. The camera's view popped up our living room from the corner, distorted slightly by the wide-angle lens. The front door looked narrower from this height, the window smaller. You could see the top of my head, where I slouched on the couch and the recording bathed in blue light from the TV. He scrubbed forward with the remote, the timestamp in the corner ticking through hours in fast motion: 7:12 p.m., 8:39 p.m., 9:56 p.m. Our evening flew by at triple speed. We watched ourselves drift around the room like sped-up ghosts. "There," I said when the stamp rolled up on 10:44 p.m. He slowed it down. We watched the living room in real time. I sat on the couch motionless except for the small movements of my hands when I reached for the remote. The lamp glowed. The front window was a blank rectangle. The floodlight outside came on. It was impossible to miss. The whole video frame jumped in brightness, the front wall going from soft gray to harsh white in a heartbeat. Shadow lines from the blinds cut across the floor. My recorded self flinched, head snapping toward the window, then standing up fast enough that the camera's auto-adjust struggled to keep focus. My dad hit pause. "Back up a couple seconds before it comes on," I said. He did. We watched again. The light snapped on from darkness to full glare with no warning, no gradual ramp-up. The area outside the window, what little the camera could see through the glass, became a smeared white square. No figures, no movement, no shapes passing in front of the sensor that we could see. "Could be out of frame," my dad said, but his voice lacked conviction. I nodded, but my eyes were on something else. During the split second, the floodlight came on. The camera image glitched a tiny hiccup, a line of static across the screen, the timestamp flickering and then correcting itself. It was the sort of artifact you see all the time on cheap recordings, something most people would ignore. It made my skin crawl anyway. "We'll keep an eye on it," my dad said, finally hitting stop. "Probably nothing. But if it keeps doing that, maybe we swap out the sensor." I did not argue. We had video now, but it was like every other piece of evidence in my life with that house, just off enough to be unsettling, not clear enough to convince anyone else. The camera had seen the light come on, but not why. The recording blinked when the world did. I started to understand, sitting there in the morning sun with the DVR remote in my dad's hand, that there might be a gap between what the house chose to show and what our hardware was allowed to capture. Three owned. Evidence without a body. We ended up watching that same clip more than once. The first time, like I told you, we stood in the living room with the morning sun coming in, and the DVR mirrored on the TV screen, the camera's wide-angle version of our lives playing out in sped-up gray. It felt detached, like we were watching strangers in a house that just happened to look like ours. A few nights later, my dad suggested we sit at the kitchen table instead, like maybe changing the vantage point would give us some clarity. He brought the DVR box in from the living room, trailing its cords like a captured animal, and set it beside the salt and pepper shakers. We hooked it up to the little old TV that usually only played the news during breakfast. The image quality was even worse on that smaller screen, grainy, slightly warped, the colors washed into each other. The front window was a pale rectangle on one side of the frame. The couch looked like a blob. We were vague shapes moving through the glow of the TV. "Okay," my dad said, remote in hand. "Showtime." He hit play, then sped through hours of footage. The timestamp in the bottom corner ticked by 6:02 p.m., 7/19/8:45. We watched miniature versions of ourselves eat dinner, walk past the camera, leave the room. The camera recorded everything with the same indifference, its blinking red light never changing tempo. When the timestamp approached the night the floodlight had come on for no reason, we slowed it back down. There I was on the couch, slouched so low my head barely showed over the back, the blue flash of some comedy playing on the TV in front of me. The lamp in the corner glowed a weak yellow. The whole room looked softer through the camera, like it had been rubbed with sandpaper. Then the motion light outside triggered. On screen, the change was abrupt and ugly. One frame, the room was dim and flat. The next, it was blasted with white, the front wall bleaching out almost completely. The blinds threw harsh stripes across everything. For a quarter second, a jagged line of static tore across the footage like someone had run a knife through the tape. Then it snapped back. The light stayed on outside for a few more moments. Inside, the camera adjusted colors, recalibrating. You could see me jolt upright, then hurry out of frame toward the window. The timestamp in the corner hiccuped when the static did jumping ahead just a hair and then resuming its steady crawl. My dad rewound, then played that moment 3 times in a row. Flash, static, me moving, nothing in the window. "No one there," he said, finally leaning back. "Could be the camera's auto gain freaking out when it goes from dark to bright." "What about the jump?" I asked. "With the time it skips." He squinted at the corner of the screen. "You're talking like a second," he said. "Less. Cheap DVR. They're not perfect. Drops a frame, 2 frames, whatever." He said it like he wanted it to be true. I wanted it too. The alternative was that something about that specific combination, the house being dark, the light blasting on me, staring out at nothing, was not compatible with being recorded. "They're gonna laugh us out of the station if we bring them this," he said almost to himself. Cop sees a little static on a tape, and a nervous kid, they chalk it up to nerves and cheap equipment. That's best case. They could at least, I don't know. "Log it," I said. "Have it on file." On file as what he said sharper than he meant to. "Ghost turned on your floodlight paranormal activity in the Midwest. No thanks. Last time we called, they did a full sweep and found nothing. We call again with footage that shows the same thing, nothing, and they're gonna stop taking us seriously if something real ever does happen." Something real had already happened, but I knew what he meant, so I shut up. He hit stop and disconnected the DVR from the kitchen TV, carrying it back into the living room like he was more tired of it than afraid of it. I watched the little black box go, its blinking red eye disappearing around the corner. For a moment after, the house felt too quiet. That night I made a decision I did not tell him about. Up until then, we had left the TV on most evenings, ESPN sitcom reruns, anything that gave the camera something obvious to pick up, besides the folds of our silence. If the knocks came back, they would have to compete with commentators and laugh tracks. They would get lost in the mix. I wanted to see what happened if they did not. So when my dad left for work and the house clicked shut behind him, I went into the living room and turned everything off. TV lamp, even the small radio on the kitchen counter. The only light I left was the little red LED on the DVR and the indifferent green of the stove clock. The camera's night vision kicked in, automatically shifting the view on the screen to shades of black and gray. On the TV, just for a second, to make sure it worked, I saw my own living room rendered alien. The window glowed a muddy pale. The furniture was geometry. Then I turned the TV off too and let the camera watch in the dark. I went to bed with my door open this time because I wanted to hear everything. Lying there in the half-dark of my room, I could see the faint glow of the DVR through the gap, just a tiny pulse of red against the wall. It felt like an eye. I lay on my back, staring at the ceiling. The familiar sequence began. The HVAC clicked on, hummed, filled the vents with warm air. After a while, it clicked off, the whoosh fading out, until there was only the barest whisper left. Then, that too died. The fridge in the kitchen cycled its low hum, gradually sinking into the background. Even the neighbor's dog was quiet for once. The house lowered itself into stillness. Silence has texture if you listen long enough. This one felt thin and tight, stretched like plastic wrap over a bowl. I could hear my own breathing, the slight rasp at the top of each inhale. I could hear my heartbeat slower than it had been that other night, but no less present. Then, from the direction of the living room wall, came 3 knocks. They were softer than the ones that had rattled my spine the night of the shadow. More polite almost. But the rhythm was the same one, paused too in quick succession. The air in my room changed with them as if the sound had weight. The open door did not make me feel braver. I stayed exactly where I was, rigid under the thin blanket, eyes locked on the strip of hallway I could see from my bed. Nothing moved there. No shadows passed. No light flickered. I counted in my head. 10 seconds. 20. 30. No follow-up knocks. No dragging along the wall. No footsteps. The house resumed its quiet, as if that had been enough for tonight. My hand crept toward my phone on the nightstand. For a second, I considered calling my dad again, waking up some dispatcher to tell them I had heard 3 soft taps on a wall through a camera. I let my hand fall back. There was nothing new to say. I slept eventually, but it was the thin, jagged kind of sleep that comes in pieces and leaves you more tired in the morning. As soon as my dad left for work the next day and I was alone, I went straight to the DVR. I switched the TV on, flipped over to the camera input, and pulled up the previous night's recording. The timestamp ticked along in the corner as I scrubbed forward 9:58 p.m. 10:20, 10:37. The living room in night mode was a wash of gray on gray. The front window was a lighter block, the couch a darker shape. There I was, briefly a pale figure crossing from the hallway to the kitchen before disappearing again. I slowed the playback as the timestamp rolled past the point I knew the knocks had happened. The room on screen was empty. The lights were off. The only visible illumination came from the faint glow of the cable box's red LED and a little ambient orange from the street lamp leaking around the edges of the blinds. At first it sounded like nothing. Night vision recordings always have a layer of noise, a low hiss, a kind of electronic breathing from the microphone trying hard to pick up something in a room that is supposed to be still. That hiss was there, a constant bed of static crackle. Under it, the house's familiar mechanical chorus hummed softly, the distant fridge the occasional click in the walls. Then, in the middle of that noise, I heard them. 3 knocks, clearer than they had sounded in my own room, spaced exactly like I remembered. The first was almost shy, a soft, rounded sound, like knuckles tapping drywall without using full force. The second and third came a little closer together, carrying a different tone than any of the random pops and creaks on the tape. They were intentional. They owned their place in the audio. On the screen, nothing changed. The empty living room stayed empty. No doors opened, no shadows shifted, no visible cause. My skin prickled. I rewound and played it again, this time closing my eyes to make sure I was not imagining it. The knocks were still there, stamped into the recording, something external enough that the cheap microphone had caught it and preserved it. The third time through, I watched the timestamp instead of the room or the sound. The moment the last knock landed, the numbers in the corner hiccuped. 10:43:17 became 10:43:19 in a blink. 2 seconds of time slipped away, the DVR skipping ahead as if it had been told to ignore whatever lived there. Visible nothing, audible something. A missing tiny point of time exactly where my fear lived. I called my dad in from the other room, hands shaking in a way I could not quite control. He watched the clip with his jaw set, his eyes narrowed. When the knocks came through the speakers, he glanced involuntarily at the front wall of the real living room, as though expecting to see fist marks bloom there. "You hear that, right?" I said, hating the edge in my own voice. "It's there. It's not just me." He rewound, turned the volume up a notch, and listened again. The same 3 knocks, the same empty room, the same skipped seconds. "Yeah," he said finally. "I hear it." "What is that?" I pressed. "And why does it jump?" He exhaled slowly. Could be nothing, he said, but the words sounded brittle. Could be the system glitching. Audio and video get out of sync, clock tries to correct you, get a little skip. That happens. I said exactly where something knocks on the wall in an empty room. He rubbed a hand over his face. For a second, he looked like he might say the thing I was terrified and desperate to hear, that he did not have an answer, that it scared him too. Instead, he clicked the TV off. "We're not calling the cops with this," he said, voice flat. "You understand, they'll think we messed with it, or the equipment's bad, or you're, I don't know, looking for attention." We show them a tape of a dark room and 3 faint knocks, they'll write it off. So we just... What, pretend it's nothing, I asked. We keep an eye on it, he said. We keep doors locked, lights on, and we stop giving it free advertising. He unplugged the DVR from the TV but left it humming on the stand, the red LED still blinking, still recording. He walked away. I stood there alone with the blank screen and the little blinking light, and the knowledge that for once, something in that house existed in more than just my memory. There was a record now, grainy, glitchy, easy to dismiss, but real. The sound had made it onto plastic and wire. It had weight in the world. That should have made me feel less crazy. It did not. It made me feel like we had crossed some kind of line. Before I could tell myself the window was the problem. The glass. The idea of outside hands on inside walls. You can avoid a window. You can move away from a front-facing room. Listening to those knocks echo out of a recording of an empty living room, seeing the time itself jump like it wanted to get away, I realized the house did not need the glass anymore. It did not need to pretend the boundary between inside and outside mattered. It had learned to knock from inside its own walls. 4. One new girlfriend. New house plans. If the camera and the locks were my dad's way of fighting back, his new girlfriend was his way of escaping without saying that was what he was doing. She started as a name I heard on the phone first. Her name was Lauren. I learned that from the way he said it, soft and a little surprised, like he was not used to having anyone on the other end of the line who wanted to hear about his day after midnight. She worked at the warehouse with him, but on a different shift, some kind of logistics role that kept her inside a little office instead of out on the floor. At least that was the version he gave me. I would lie in my room at night, door cracked just enough to see the glow from the living room, and listen to his voice carry down the short hall. His tone on those calls was different, lighter almost. He laughed more actual laughs, not the huff of breath he used when pretending something was funny for my sake. His footsteps sounded different afterward, too softer, as he moved around the kitchen, making late-night eggs or microwaving leftovers, like the house bothered him a little less for an hour. The first time I saw her car in the driveway, it felt like catching the house off guard. It was a Saturday afternoon in late winter, the kind of gray Ohio day where the sky looks like dirty cotton and the streets never fully dry. I came home from a friend's place, and there parked behind my dad's beat-up F-150 was a silver Honda Civic I did not recognize. The windshield had a crack across the passenger side, and there was a little air freshener shaped like a pine tree hanging from the rearview mirror, spinning lazily. I knew before I opened the front door that she was inside. The house smelled different as soon as I stepped in, like someone else's laundry detergent, and a hint of some floral perfume my nose could not name. The TV was on low in the living room, tuned to some home renovation show instead of sports. My dad was on the couch, sitting closer to the middle than usual, and a woman about his age sat at the other end, her legs crossed, a mug cupped in both hands. "Hey," my dad said, standing up a little too fast. "This is Lauren, from work. Lauren, this is my kid, the one I complain about." She smiled at that. "The alleged teenager," she said. "Nice to finally meet you." She was normal. That was the weirdest part. Brown hair pulled back in a loose ponytail hoodie with the warehouse logo on it, jeans, sneakers. Tired eyes, but kind. Not a witch, not a demon, not some spectral thing sent to finish what the house had started. Just a woman who looked like she had done more than her share of double shifts. "Hey," I said, because I did not know what else to say. The house hummed around us. I wondered if she could feel it the way the air in that living room sat heavier near the window. If she noticed anything off about the place, she did not show it. She came over a few more weekends after that. Sometimes I would wake up on a Sunday and hear laughter from the kitchen, the clink of coffee mugs, her voice mingling with my dad's like it had always belonged there. Sometimes her Honda would still be in the driveway when I left for school. Monday morning frost webbed across the windshield. Talk about moving slipped into their conversations before I realized what it meant. They would sit at the kitchen table in the evenings, their voices a low murmur. I would be in my room door open enough to hear pieces. Closer to my place would be easier, she said once. The commute is killing you. Yeah, my dad replied. I've been looking at places over near her side of town. There's this split level off Morse that's not too bad. Needs work, but the word split level stuck with me. I pictured stairs, an upstairs, a downstairs, places for sound to come from that you could blame on gravity instead of something pressing on the inside of the walls. One Saturday, we all went to see a model home out near Easton, the kind that sits at the front of a new development like a fake promise. We drove down bigger roads than the ones around Willow Bend Morse Road, Hamilton, those long, straight stretches lined with strip malls and chain restaurants. Neon signs buzzed even in daylight. A Chili's, a Staples, a Target with its giant red balls out front. Everything looked aggressively alive compared to our quiet little cul-de-sac. The model house smelled like new carpet and optimism. The sales rep, with the too bright smile, walked us through an open-concept kitchen, up a short flight of stairs, to a set of bedrooms with vaulted ceilings. Imagine your room up here, my dad said, poking his head into one of the smaller ones. You'd have your own bathroom. No more sharing with me and my old man shower stuff. Sure, I said. The window in that room faced the street too, but the wall under it felt blank. Empty, like it hadn't learned any tricks yet. As we drove back, twilight settling on the city, I watched the familiar fast food signs and gas stations slide past the car window. My feelings twisted around each other in a way I did not have words for yet. Part of me was almost relieved at the idea of leaving the house on Willow Bend behind, like shedding a skin that had grown too tight. Another part whispered that if whatever lived in that wall had paid as much attention to me as I had to, a new street name would not matter. You can change the walls without changing what knocks, that voice said. You're the constant. The house back on Willow Bend did not suddenly start levitating furniture or slamming doors when Lauren began to exist in our lives. It was pettier than that. The knocking changed. It did not repeat the big show it had put on that October night. The 3 blows on the window, the drag along the wall, the single heavy hit on my bedroom door. It went subtler, like it had decided to stop scaring the neighbors and start gaslighting the tenants. Sometimes around that same cursed window of time between 10:30 and 11:00 p.m., there would be a single tap in the hallway. Not loud, not even enough to make anything shake. Just a little sound at the edge of perception near the thermostat or the picture frame that hung crooked, no matter how many times we fixed it. By the time you got up to check, there was nothing to see. Other nights, it chose the back of the house. A dull thud near the back door, like someone bumping into it with a hip. The chain would rattle just once, faintly. Once I sat at the kitchen table and watched the little metal links swing for a few seconds after the noise, moving with no breeze. Once it rapped softly on the cabinet under the sink, while Lauren and my dad were making dinner. 3 tiny clicks in a row. They both stopped talking mid-sentence. Probably the pipes, my dad said too fast. Probably she said, but her eyes stayed on that cabinet a little longer than they needed to. The knocks never came when the house was completely full of sound. They waited for the transitions the moment after the TV went off, the few seconds between the furnace shutting down and the fridge cycling on the lull in conversation when everyone was chewing. They slipped into negative space. We started going out more on weekends. Sometimes it was to look at other houses, older split levels with tired siding, newer townhomes squeezed too close together. Rentals with fresh carpeting that somehow still smelled like the last tenant's pets. We drove down Morse Road so many times, I could have drawn it from memory, the endless line of brake lights, the glow of the Walmart sign, the way the sidewalks never quite looked finished. Sometimes it was just to be anywhere but inside our own four walls. We would sit at Applebee's or some other chain with endless refills, the low hum of other people's conversations wrapping around us like insulation. Sporting events played on muted TVs over the bar. Silverware clinked. Kids fussed. It was noisy and bright and completely ordinary. I started to crave that ordinariness like some people crave sugar. Back at Willow Bend, the ordinary had started to feel like camouflage for something waiting. My dad tried not to talk about the house in front of me, but I overheard small pieces. Him on the phone with someone, maybe my grandmother, saying, "Place gives him the creeps now." Yeah, me too, if I'm honest. Him asking Lauren quietly whether she thought her side of town felt lighter, like there was any objective way to measure that. For all his tone of practicality, he started doing more of the little extra checks. Locks checked twice, then a third time. The floodlight angle adjusted and readjusted. The camera unplugged and replugged when its light flickered. Every so often I would catch him standing in the living room in the middle of the day, staring at the base of the front wall like he was trying to will it to show him something he could hit with a wrench. I did my own half-superstitious things. I stopped leaving my bedroom door fully open at night, but I also stopped locking it. Closing it felt like an invitation to another knock. Leaving it open felt like leaving myself too exposed. The compromise was to leave it almost, but not quite closed, just wide enough for a sliver of hallway to be visible, just narrow enough that anything bigger than sound would have to push through. When I passed the wall under the window, I made myself look straight ahead, not down. I did not want to see my own shadow bending the wrong way again, but I could feel it there in the soles of my feet. The way the floor felt cooler near that wall, even in summer. The way the air seemed a little heavier when you stood too close, like humidity that did not show up on the weather report. The talks about moving turned into actual plans faster than I expected. Paperwork appeared on the kitchen table. My dad talked more about closing dates and inspection issues than about scores and stats. He circled listings in the newspaper and bookmarked them online. Lauren would come over with a folder full of printed maps and mortgage calculators. They talked about things like commute times and school districts and a fresh start. I nodded in the right places, but my brain kept looping back to the same question. What if the fresh start came with an old echo? Because if there was one thing the house had taught me by then, it was that walls remember. 4-2 packing up, a house that knows you. Packing a house is supposed to make it feel less like home. That is what everyone says. You take the pictures off the walls, wrap the glasses in newspaper strip. The beds flatten the place into boxes until what is left is just wood and drywall, nobody's in particular. It is supposed to make leaving easier. Willow Bend did not get that memo. We started with the obvious things. Cardboard boxes appeared in stacks in the living room, some rescued from the warehouse, others from behind the grocery store. They smelled like dust and old tape, and whatever cargo they had carried before us, coffee detergent, off-brand cereal. My dad wrote room names on their sides in thick black marker: kitchen, bathroom, my room, his room. The walls began to shed us. Family pictures came down first. There was a framed school photo of me with a bad haircut and braces my eyes halfway closed that had hung in the hallway for years. When my dad lifted it off the nail, the rectangular clean patch behind it looked wrong, fresh paint, surrounded by the duller, lived-in shade of the rest of the wall. The nail left behind was a tiny metal dot, a pinprick of memory. We took down the crooked landscape painting above the couch, the one my mother had bought at a thrift store, and insisted made the room classy. The sun-bleached outline of the frame remained. Little scars dotted the walls where nails and hooks had been. Without the distractions, the house's bones showed more clearly. The front wall looked barest of all. Without the photos and the little floating shelf that had held a bowl for keys, there was nothing to break the line of drywall between the window and the hallway entrance. It was just wall off-white and slightly scuffed, where shoes had brushed it over the years. And yet it felt more occupied than ever. As we packed, nostalgia crept in around the edges of dread. Every object had at least two memories attached now, one from before the night of the knocks and one from after. The dented mixing bowl we found in the back of a cabinet made me think of my dad trying to make pancakes on Sunday mornings, burning the first batch and swearing under his breath. It also made me think of the time we had left it in the sink overnight, and at 11:07 p.m., something had tapped 3 times on the cabinet door beneath it, perfectly spaced. The old Xbox I wrapped in a towel to put into a box reminded me of late nights losing track of time in games, the comfort of neon colors and soundtracks. It also reminded me of pausing mid-match, because something in the living room had knocked louder than the explosions on screen. The house watched us shed it. Sometimes I would catch myself staring down the hall from my bedroom eyes, locked on the strip of wall beneath the window, where I had seen that hunched shadow pressed like a bruise. With the pictures gone, the view was cleaner. My doorway framed that slice like a painting. I started leaving my door fully open when I packed, just so I could keep an eye on it. It felt less like paranoia and more like keeping tabs on a neighbor you did not trust. Sound became the whole world during those days. Packing tape ripped across cardboard with a vicious, tearing screech that made me flinch every time, even when it was my own hand pulling it. The noise seemed to bounce off the emptied walls louder than it had any right to be. Silverware rattled as my dad dumped it from the drawer into a box lined with dish towels, a metallic clatter that reminded me of the deputies checking kitchen cabinets that first night. We rolled up carpets in sections, exposing the bare wood underneath in the living room. My dad walked across it with heavy footsteps, the thump of each one traveling differently now that the padding was gone. The house sounded more hollow, more echoing, like every room had turned into a drum. One specific night sits in my head like a thumbprint. By that point, the packing had become serious. Boxes labeled living room were stacked in uneven towers near the couch. My bedroom was half-gutted posters down bookshelf, empty clothes sorted into piles. My mattress was still on the frame, sheets wrinkled and familiar, one of the last things that made the room still feel like mine. Dad and Lauren were staying at her place that night. They had to be near her side of town early the next morning for something bank meeting inspection, some adult errand that sounded like progress when they talked about it. He had asked if I wanted to come, and I had said no. Somebody had to stay with the house with the boxes. That was what I told him. The truth was, part of me wanted one last night alone with it, to see what it would do. "You sure you're okay?" he asked in the driveway, hand on the truck door. "Yeah," I said. "We've survived each other this long. We're not far," he said. "You call if anything weird happens, or even if it doesn't." Lauren leaned out the passenger window and gave me a little wave. "Order pizza," she said. "Milk this for all it's worth. Last free ride before movers and adult bills?" I nodded. They drove off. The truck's taillights disappeared past the street lamp. The house took a breath. Inside, the emptiness felt bigger with nobody else's footsteps to fill it. The kitchen table was bare except for a roll of tape, a Sharpie, and a couple of screws my dad had removed from somewhere and forgotten to put in a bag. The DVR still blinked its red eye in the living room, but the camera angle was wrong, now tilted slightly upward after someone had bumped it while taking down the corner shelf. I tried to make the night normal. I ordered pizza 8 slices out of the box, standing at the counter, scrolled aimlessly on my phone. The fridge hummed. The oven ticked as it cooled from heating up a frozen side dish. I washed dishes in the half-empty sink, the sound of water hitting ceramic echoing in the striped, half-stripped kitchen. Around 11, it all went quiet in that particular way I had learned to hate. The HVAC shut off with its usual click. The blower wound down. The fridge paused between cycles. No outside cars passed by. No TVs upstairs or next door filled in the gaps. Just the thin, high buzz of electricity in the walls and my own breathing. I was in my room, sitting on the bare floor next to a box labeled books, taping it shut. The light was on. My door was fully open, the rectangle of hallway framing the front of the house. That was when I heard it. 3 knocks. Not on glass, not on the front of a door, not even on the smooth inside of the walls. This time they came from inside them. The sound was muted, like someone knocking from a distance, but it had a quality I recognized: intentional, spaced, patient. It felt like it started near the front wall, low and deep, vibrating not just the drywall, but the space between the studs. It sounded like knuckles on old wood you could not see. I froze tape halfway across the top of the box, sticky side exposed. I could hear the knocks more in my bones than in my ears. 1. Pause. 2 closer together. It was like hearing someone in the crawl space under your house, only we did not have one. It was like the house's skeleton had decided to speak. The sound did not echo in the room so much as smear into it. It came again, softer, migrating. From my doorway, I could tell the direction had changed. The next stretch of faint, almost shy tapping seemed to move along the front wall, tracing the outline I had walked 100 times with my eyes. From under the window, toward the corner, then along the side wall, toward the hallway entrance. Like fingers following a seam. Every inch it moved, my skin pulled tighter. I stood up without quite meaning to, stepping into the hall. The air felt cooler there, even with the furnace off. The front window at the end of the short hallway was a blank square of darkness, blinds drawn, nothing moving. My reflection was a faint suggestion on the glass, tall, blurry, split by the horizontal lines of the slats. The knocks kept going, faint but faithful, somewhere inside the walls. I walked toward the living room on legs that felt lighter than they should have. The floor under my feet had that exposed wooden echo, a hollow quality, that made me want to step more softly, even though there was nobody to wake. At the threshold, I stopped. From this angle, facing the window, straight on the room, looked wrong without the decorations. Just boxes, the couch, the lamp we had not bothered to take down yet. The wall under the sill was bare, no shelf, no pictures, no bowl for keys. The paint looked uneven in spots, a little darker near the baseboard where scuffs had accumulated over the years. I could see myself reflected in the glass more clearly now. Pale face, shadowed eyes, t-shirt rumpled, a cardboard box label smudged on my forearm where I had brushed it. No hunched shape under the sill, no extra outline pressed into the wall. The sound continued anyway. Fainter now, as if whoever or whatever was making it had stepped a little further away, deeper between the studs. Tap, tap, tap. It felt less like someone asking to be let in and more like someone counting, like it was tapping along the length of the house, taking inventory. The boundary between inside and outside felt meaningless. This was the inside of the inside. I stood there for a very long time, staring at my own reflection and listening to those faint interior knocks shuffle along. At some point they stopped. They did not end with a big bang, no dramatic final hit. They just faded, leaving behind a silence that felt satisfied. I did not bother trying to be brave after that. I slept in my room with the overhead light on, too tired to care about the electric bill. The shadows in the corners were shallower that way, but my mind deepened them anyway. Every random creak became amplified inside my skull. The tick of cooling metal near the vent became a footstep in the hall. The settling of the roof sounded like someone shifting their weight above me, even though there was no above to stand in. At some point in the night, the house gave one long, low groan, a noise I had heard 100 times as the foundation shifted slightly, or the heat changed the shape of beams. This time it rolled through the stripped rooms like a body shuddering. I lay there, eyes open, staring at the cracks in the ceiling, feeling every inch of it pass through me. You are leaving, it seemed to say, but you are not taking everything with you. 4.3. The last empty morning moving day made the house look bigger and smaller at the same time. The truck took up almost the entire short driveway, a white box with the rental company's logo fading on the side. The ramp squealed every time someone walked up or down it. Men in matching t-shirts stomped back and forth, carrying out the last of our lives in cardboard and furniture pieces, their heavy boots leaving temporary prints on the thinning carpet. Inside, every sound bounced. Without the couch, without the table, without our junk piled in the corners, the living room had turned into an echo chamber. The smallest noise, someone clearing their throat, a shoe scuff on the floor, ricocheted off the bare walls. Dust outlines on the carpet showed where the furniture had sat for years, a rectangular ghost, where the coffee table had been a darker patch, where my dad's recliner had dug its feet in. The wall under the front window looked naked. No shelf, no pictures, no TV stand blocking part of it. The blinds had come down that morning in one ugly dust-filled rip, leaving the glass exposed. Sun punched straight through, now harsh and unforgiving, slicing a solid rectangle of light onto the floor. The window seemed larger without the plastic slats, like it had grown overnight. My room was worse. The mattress was gone, leaving only the bed frame and a slightly cleaner rectangle on the wall where the headboard had shielded the paint. Nail holes lined up where posters had been. A faint ring marked where my laundry hamper had once sat. Tiny bits of tape clung to the edges of the light switch. It all looked like a crime scene outline of a life. I walked through each room slowly, not because I wanted to savor anything, but because it felt wrong to just turn my back and let strangers strip the place without saying goodbye to the version of it that had belonged to me. Bathroom empty cabinet under the sink mirror streaked with cleaner, the ring from the plunger on the tile floor. Dad's room carpet worn in a path from bed to dresser, a patch of wall, a slightly different color where a picture had hung for years. Kitchen cabinets yawning open, the spot on the counter where the microwave had sat revealed as a slightly different, less stained shade of laminate. The fridge stood unplugged, door propped open to air out, shelves bare. Without its hum, the silence around it felt like a missing tooth. In every room, the house felt like it was exhaling us, pushing us out. The last big items went into the truck. My dad walked around with a clipboard signing where the movers told him. Lauren had already gone ahead to the new place with the first load. There was some mix-up about meeting the carpet cleaners and the realtor here for one final walkthrough before we handed over the keys. "You okay hanging back for a bit?" My dad asked me on the front step, keys jangling in his hand. They said they'd be here in like half an hour tops. "I need to get over there and start directing the chaos." "Yeah," I said. "I'll lock up after they're done." "You left your phone on you?" he asked. I patted my pocket. "Yeah." "Okay. Call me if they're late. Or if, you know." He trailed off, eyes flicking involuntarily toward the front window. There were no blinds now. just us and the bare glass. The strip of wall beneath it glowed and reflected light, every scuff and nail hole visible. He reached out, squeezed the back of my neck once like he used to when I was younger. "We're really doing it," he said. "Few more hours, and this place is somebody else's problem." "Yeah," I said, though in my head, I thought it did not feel like it would ever stop being ours. He climbed into the truck, the door slamming with a hollow boom. The engine rumbled to life. The big white box rolled down the driveway, turned onto the court, and was gone. For a moment, the neighborhood was quiet in a way I had rarely heard it. No kids outside, it was a weekday. No lawnmowers. No ice cream truck music. Just distant traffic, a bird somewhere, a dog bark, muffled by distance. Inside the house was quieter still. HVAC off. We had shut it down already, the thermostat screen blank. The fridge unplugged. No TV, no radio, no washer. All the little mechanical sounds that had been the house's constant background chatter were gone. What remained was the soft tick of settling wood and the hollow echo of my own footsteps as I walked back into the empty living room. Without furniture, the front window took over the room completely. Sunlight flooded in and washed the floor in a bright, unforgiving rectangle. Dust motes spun lazily in the beam. The sill looked higher from this angle, the wall beneath it a sheer, unbroken plane from baseboard to glass. I sat down on the bare floor against the wall opposite it, my back pressed against clean paint, where our TV had once blocked the view. From there, I could see the entire front wall without turning my head. It felt like sitting across from someone on the last day of school, both of you pretending you were not counting down the minutes until you did not have to look at each other anymore. The room made my minor breathing sound arrogant. In that silence, my own body was loud. The rustle of my shirt when I shifted, the tiny scrape of my heel on the floor, the swallow of my throat when I realized how dry my mouth was. I tried to imagine that nothing had ever happened here, that this was just a bland little ranch with bland little walls that had absorbed nothing but cooking smells and football games. I tried to picture that night in October being a bad dream. Maybe I had fallen asleep with some horror movie on. Maybe the knocks were neighbors or pipes or teenage nerves. It did not work. Every time I looked at the strip of wall beneath the window, my brain insisted on overlaying that hunched, darker shape onto it. Even in bright daylight, I could almost see a person folded there, knees up, head down, arms stretched along the floor. I do not know how long I sat there. Long enough for the sun to shift a little, changing the angle of the light on the floor. Long enough that whatever traffic there had been on the main road faded further away. At some point, the world outside muffled itself. A car drove by down the court, a soft hiss of tires on pavement, and then nothing. No birds, no wind, no dog. Just an odd, thick stillness, as if the air around the house had thickened. Inside, there was nothing mechanical to cover it. The house was truly completely quiet for the first time since we had moved in. It felt wrong, like walking into a body and not hearing a heartbeat. I do not know what I was expecting. Maybe nothing. Maybe that was the point, to sit here one last time, prove to myself it had all happened in a place that now looked ordinary. Then, from the inside of the front wall, came 3 soft knocks. They were not loud, not like the blows that had shaken my bedroom door. These were gentler, padded almost, but they landed with a precision that left no room for mistake. 3 taps, knuckles on wood, you could not see at exactly the height where someone's head would be if they were sitting inside the wall, back against the studs, face turned toward me through the paint. My whole body went cold. The sun on my legs suddenly felt like it belonged to a different room. There was nowhere for the sound to be coming from this time. No furniture to settle. No pipes behind that section of wall. No appliances turning off and on. Just hollow drywall, 2x4's insulation siding air. I sat frozen, staring at the strip of wall beneath the window, trying to decide whether it would be worse if I saw something move there, or if I did not. The house waited. The knocks did not repeat. The silence around them deepened. My mouth moved before my brain really decided what to say. "We're leaving," I heard myself tell the wall. My voice sounded tiny and ridiculous in the empty room, thin and flat compared to the grounded weight of the knocks. We're gone. You can have it." The word have stuck in my throat like a swallowed stone. I did not know who I thought I was bargaining with. A building, a presence, my own memory. For a second, nothing happened. I felt stupid, a kid talking to drywall. Then there was one more knock, lower this time. Down near the baseboard, almost at floor level. A single deliberate tap that seemed to travel through the wood into my spine. It was not impatient. It was not angry. It sounded God help me like acknowledgement. A reply. That was what did it for me, not the earlier 3 taps, not the idea of something sitting inside the wall. That one answering knock, placed just differently enough to feel like a choice, landed harder than any pounding on glass. Up until then, I had been able to tell myself a story where the house was haunted in the way movies like to show a place saturated with leftover emotion, replaying someone else's tragedy. Something dumb and mindless banging where it could, using the easiest surfaces. A broken record. Sitting there in that bare living room, listening to the echo of that last soft knock sink into the floor, I understood something uglier. Whatever had learned to knock in this house had been paying attention. It had watched us install locks and lights and cameras. It had listened to my late-night breathing patterns and my half-whispered curses. It had memorized the time my dad's truck left the driveway and when my phone light went off. It knew my routine. It knew my voice. It knew I was leaving, and it chose to answer that out loud. I stood up slowly, my knees complaining. The rectangle of sunlight had shifted further toward the wall. Dust motes still danced like nothing had happened. The wall under the window looked as blank as it ever had. If I had not heard the knocks with my own ears, there was nothing in that room that would have told the story. My heart hammered so hard, I could feel it in my fingertips. I did not turn my back on the wall. I walked sideways toward the front door, one hand feeling for the knob behind me, eyes never leaving the space under the window. The house stayed quiet. At the threshold, I paused. The air outside seemed louder now, distant traffic, a crow cawing, a neighbor's screen door slamming somewhere out of sight. Normal sounds, messy and human. The kind of noise you do not notice until you have been sitting in a sealed box with something listening. I stepped backward over the threshold onto the little concrete stoop. The door swung a little with my movement. I kept my eyes on that blank stretch of wall under the window until the very last possible second, watching for any shift in light or shadow, any sign that something might press forward from the inside and show its outline. Nothing did. I pulled the door shut. The latch caught with a soft click. The sound did not echo this time. It just folded into the morning, a small, unremarkable noise on a quiet street in Columbus. The house on Willow Bend became, from my side of the door, just another single-story ranch with gray siding and a big front window that faced the cul-de-sac. For everyone else, anyway. For me, it would always be the place where the wall knocked back and then said goodbye. 5.1 new walls, old sounds. The new house was only 20 minutes away, but it might as well have been a different state. Instead of a dead-end cul-de-sac tucked off a side street, we moved onto a busier road that actually showed up on people's mental maps. The split level sat halfway up a shallow hill, its front steps climbing a little higher than I was used to. The siding was a faded blue instead of gray. The roof did not sag in the middle. It was still nothing special, but after Willow Bend, it felt like stepping into a brighter version of the same life. Inside it was all angles. A short set of stairs up from the front door led to the main level living room kitchen, a tiny dining area. Another short set of stairs went down to a finished basement where my dad joked about putting a pool table he was never going to buy. The bedrooms were upstairs, clustered at the top of a third short flight that overlooked the living room like a balcony. The living room had a bay window instead of a flat front one. It bowed outward, creating a shallow ledge where people with more decorative instincts would have put plants. It faced the street, wider than our old window, but higher off the ground. From the couch, you could see the tops of passing cars and the glow of traffic lights down the block. At night, the red and white beams smeared across the walls in slow, repetitive patterns. The first few weeks, I slept like I had not slept in years. Noise helped. There was always something happening outside, cars rolling through the intersection at the corner, the faint whoosh of buses, the occasional distant siren. Even at midnight, the world did not completely shut up here. The silence never had the chance to turn into that thin, stretched rap it had been on Willow Bend. The house had its own sounds too, but they were mixed into a busier soundtrack. My room was at the back of the upper level, overlooking a narrow yard and the neighbor's fence. The window did not face the street. The wall under it had no history of hunched shadows, not with me anyway. I left the door half open at night out of habit, but the fear that something would knock on it from the hallway had faded to a memory. My dreams, when I remembered them, stopped replaying the front wall of the old house and instead turned into the usual teenage jumble of missed buses and unprepared test days. Life reshuffled around the move. I had a new bus route, one that picked me up at a different corner. Instead of rolling past the same strip of houses and that one tired Shell station near Willow Bend, we passed a speedway, a laundromat, a little pizza place with a flickering open sign. I got used to seeing the same people at the stop every morning, the kid with headphones too big for his head, the woman in scrubs, who always smelled faintly like antiseptic, the older guy who never talked to anyone but read the sports section with real paper. The new high school was laid out differently. The hallways formed a big rectangle around a central courtyard instead of branching off like spokes. The cafeteria smelled the same grease sugar cleaning chemicals, but it sounded different. The echoes were sharper, the announcements harder to understand over the PA. I learned new locker combinations, new teacher names, new routes through the crowd, to get from math to English without getting trapped behind someone who walked like they had time to live forever. My dad settled into the new place quickly. So did Lauren. She had a coffee maker that actually worked in the mornings and a way of hanging pictures that made the walls look intentionally decorated instead of just patched. They set up a small TV in the living room, a bigger one in the downstairs den. The old DVR with the blink and you miss it knock recording stayed in a box in the basement for a while before quietly disappearing. I never asked where it went. For a few months, nothing knocked. The house creaked. The HVAC cycled. The fridge hummed. Water pipes banged in the walls when someone upstairs showered while someone else ran the dishwasher. The usual domestic soundtrack. Sometimes a truck would hit a pothole outside, and the noise would spike enough to make me jump, but it faded as quickly as it came. The bay window rattled a little in high winds, but that was it. I started to let myself believe that Willow Bend had been just that one bad house. Maybe there had been someone living under the window, after all, some sick intruder I had never actually seen. Maybe it was all leftover energy from something awful that had happened before we moved in and had nothing to do with me. The rational explanations were thin, but they were something, and the new walls did not contradict them. I stopped watching the clock every night between 10 and 11. I played games again without pausing at every tick. When my friends at the new school swapped ghost stories, I kept mine to myself, letting it turn into more of a private myth, something that happened back at my old place that you only bring up if you want to be the weird kid in the corner. Then one night in early fall, the new house reminded me that distance is not always the same thing as escape. My dad and Lauren decided to go out a movie and late dinner thing they had started doing once every couple of weeks. He poked his head into my room around 7, tie in one hand, asking if I was okay staying home. "There's leftovers in the fridge," he said, "and we finally dragged the old Xbox down to the basement so you can conduct your important research down there." "Yeah, I'm good," I said. "Text me if you're gonna be late so I know not to call the cops on you for being old and out past curfew." He laughed, rolling his eyes. "You remember, if anything odd happens, you call me first. Then 911 if you need to. But hopefully you'll just get bored and fall asleep on the couch." Lauren shouted a goodbye from the hallway. Then the front door closed, and their car backed out of the driveway, taillights shrinking in the bay window. The house felt less empty than Willow Bend ever had on nights my dad left for work. There were more rooms to absorb the absence. The downstairs den TV glowed faintly when I went to grab a drink, some late baseball game playing in the background. I ended up upstairs in the living room, instead flopping onto the newer couch facing the bay window. I turned the TV on low, letting some reality show chatter along without really watching it. Most of my attention was on my phone, scrolling through feeds, answering a couple of messages from friends, falling down rabbit holes of people's lives I did not know and would never meet. Outside, traffic moved steadily. Headlights slid across the ceiling and walls in waves. You could hear the difference between a car coasting through the intersection and one stopping, the braking whine, the idle, the low music bleeding through thin windows as they waited for the light to change. Every few minutes, a bus sighed past, its larger engine rumbling deeper in the floor. The constant noise was weirdly soothing. It was like being in a crowded room where nobody was talking directly to you. Time crept toward that old, familiar zone. I noticed the clock on the cable box rolling from 10:39 to 10:44, then 10:45, but it did not hit me the same way it used to. I did not tense automatically. I did not lower the TV volume to listen better. If anything, I had turned it up a notch, without meaning to, letting the canned laughter and clinking plates and overproduced music of the show blur into the street noise. That was the exact moment it chose. 3 knocks on the wall beneath the bay window. They were soft, but not shy. They had that same quality I had heard in the recording from Willow Bend, defined separate from the random creaks and crackles of a house settling. One, then a pause, then 2 closer together. The pattern my bones remembered before my brain did. The sound did not come from the glass. It did not come from the siding outside. It landed fully inside the room, vibrating through the drywall at roughly the same height as the armrest of the couch. For a split second, I had the sick thought that if I leaned over and pressed my ear to the wall, I might hear breath on the other side. My thumb stopped moving on the phone screen. The show kept babbling, but every word became meaningless noise under the echo of those knocks. Outside, a car rolled through the intersection, its tires hissing. The traffic light must have changed. I saw the red become green flash reflected in the bay window. A bus groaned to a stop at the corner, air brakes releasing with a sigh. The street noise stayed where it belonged out there, higher, broader, smearing through the window. The knocks had been here, in the room. I waited, counting my own breaths. 5 in, 5 out, trying to stay quiet as if being louder might invite a response. Nothing followed. No dragging sound. No hit on a door. No footsteps on the stairs. The hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen down the hall crept back into focus. A neighbor's dog barked twice and then gave up. The TV's laugh track swelled oblivious. I swallowed and did something I'm still not sure was brave or stupid. I reached out with the knuckles of my right hand and tapped lightly on the same wall 3 times. I tried to mimic the cadence I had heard, though my hand was shaking enough to throw it off. "Very funny," I said under my breath, wincing at how small it sounded in the bigger room. Wrong house. Nothing answered. The wall stayed a wall. The bay window reflected my own pale, stretched face back at me, framed in the glow of the television. Outside, another car drove past. Brake lights flared. A passing fragment of someone else's music leaked in when their window rolled down just a beat, no lyrics. I sat there, muscles locked, until the front door opened 2 hours later, and my dad's voice carried up the stairs halfway through a story about the movie's bad dialogue. My joints hurt from not moving. My phone battery had died in my hand at some point without me noticing. I did not tell them about the knocks that night. Watching my dad stand in the new kitchen keys on the counter jacket, half off, laughing with Lauren about which part of the theater popcorn had been more stale, I felt something like guilt settle in. We had worked so hard to leave the old house behind. I did not want to drag it into this one with my words, to make it more real than it already was. But the next time someone asked me at school if I believed in haunted houses, I realized the answer had changed. It was not just about addresses anymore, because sitting on that couch on a street with different lights and different traffic and different walls, I had understood something quietly terrifying. Whatever rhythm had learned to knock at Willow Bend had not been entirely tied to the wood and glass there. It knew me well enough to keep the appointment. 5.2 college apartments and wrong-time knocks. Leaving for college did not feel like leaving the knocks behind. It felt more like changing the scenery in a play that was already mid-performance. I started small community college on the edge of town. It was cheaper, close enough to commute when I needed to, but I wanted the illusion of distance, so I took a room in student housing across from the main parking lot. It was technically a dorm, but it felt more like an old motel somebody had rebranded. 2 floors long, carpeted hallways, identical doors, the faint smell of old paint, and instant noodles baked into the ceiling tiles. My first room was on the first floor, facing the lot. The blinds were the same cheap, bendable kind I thought I had left behind with Willow Bend. They rattled when the heater kicked on. The radiator under the window clanked and hissed like it was personally offended by the thermostat setting. At night, headlights from cars coming in late swept across the walls in long white smears, making shadows jump and stretch. At first, the constant activity felt like armor. You could hear people in the hallway at all hours, someone laughing too loud on a phone call, feet slapping down the corridor in flip-flops, music leaking under doors in fractured choruses. In that kind of noise, it was easy to believe that any sudden sound was just another person being inconsiderate. For a while, it worked. I went to classes. I learned new campus noises, the echo of my steps in long linoleum corridors, vending machines, dropping cans with a thud, the wind gusting between the squat brick buildings. In the cafeteria, the overhead TV always had local news on mute headlines scrolling past, while students shouted over each other about exams and group projects. By the time I transferred to a 4-year university 2 hours away, the knocks had faded into a weird family story I told myself in past tense. That thing that happened when I was a teenager. The house on Willow Bend, the bay window, the recording on the DVR. It all started to feel like a different person's life. The university housing office stuck me in a first-floor dorm again my junior year because of course they did. This one faced a courtyard instead of a parking lot. There were skinny trees that tried their best to be scenic, a couple of concrete benches, and a bike rack that perpetually overflowed in September and was half empty by November after a few thefts and early dropouts. My room had a narrow bed, a desk wedged under the window, and walls painted an institutional off-white that made everything look slightly tired. The radiator in this building did not just clank, it screamed. Steam rattled through its guts in the middle of the night, like someone dragging chains through metal pipes. The first week, I thought the whole thing was going to explode. After that, it became part of the background, just one more ugly noise in a crowded soundtrack. Sophomore year off campus was worse acoustically. 3 of us rented a cramped apartment over a laundromat on a street just south of campus. The floor vibrated every time someone loaded the washers downstairs. The spin cycles felt like minor earthquakes. The whole building smelled faintly of detergent and hot metal. The walls were thin enough that you could hear our downstairs neighbor's TV muffled through your pillow at night. It was the last place I expected to hear anything deliberate. How do you pick a knock out of a constant drum of machines and pipes and people? The answer, I learned, is timing. The pattern did not start immediately. Moving always scrambled my internal clocks for a while. There were new routes to class, to figure out new coffee shop habits, to form new roommates' noises to catalog, so I could stop being startled when somebody dropped a pan at 1:00 a.m. On weekends, the building pulsed with party bass and screaming soccer commentary when the laundromat owners stayed late to close up. The first time it came back was not in that apartment at all. It was in a dorm room over Thanksgiving break. Most people had gone home. The hall that usually buzzed with voices and slamming doors was suddenly hollow. The university decided that maintenance was cheaper when the building was mostly empty, so they shut the HVAC off for a day to work on the system. The temperature dropped a few degrees. The usual hum in the vents went silent. It was just me and the leftover sounds. The faint whine of someone's mini fridge down the hall. The crunch of my own snack wrappers. The occasional far-off thud of some maintenance cart hitting a doorframe. I was lying on my back on the dorm bed laptop, balanced on my stomach, watching some nothing video because the thought of actually going outside into the gray holiday emptiness made my skin prickle. The blinds were half closed. The courtyard outside was dark lights on timers already clicked off. No cars, no people, just stillness. I noticed the time only because it was burned into me 10:47 p.m. The digits glowed pale on the laptop's corner clock. 3 knocks. They came from my right, not from the window. They landed on the wall that did not face outside at all, the shared wall between my room and the one next door. That room was empty for the week. My neighbor had gone home to Indiana and taken his obnoxious speakers with him. The sound sank into the drywall at the height of my head as I lay there. 1 knock, small but solid. A pause just long enough to wonder if you imagined it. Then 2 closer together. The radiator was off. The HVAC was off. No pipes shuttered. No doors opened. The knock sat on top of the silence like punctuation. I felt the blood drain from my face. The laptop suddenly felt too heavy on my chest. My first thought, stupidly, was that someone had come back early and was messing with me through the shared wall, some drunk friend of my neighbor's, choosing the worst possible time for a prank. I set the laptop aside and slid off the bed. The linoleum tiles were cold under my bare feet. My body wanted to go out into the hall and bang on my neighbor's door, demand an explanation, find a person. But the knocks had not come from there. They had come from between. I walked up to the wall and pressed my palm against it. Cool, slightly textured. Normal. "Hello," I said quietly, feeling ridiculous. Nothing answered. I put my ear to the wall cheek resting against slightly rough paint. I held my breath. Silence. No TV from another room, no music, no whispered conversation. Just the distant, faint pulse of the building itself, electricity maybe, or my own blood in my ears. After a minute of listening to nothing, I pulled back. The wall looked exactly the way it always had, blank off-white scuffed near the floor where shoes had hit it. No cracks, no stains, no reason to feel like it was paying attention. I did not sleep much that night. Every tiny noise, someone dropping something in a room 2 floors up, wind hitting the corner of the building, an inexplicable metallic ping from somewhere behind the ceiling tiles, turned my thoughts back to Willow Bend, to the bay window, to the DVR skipping 2 seconds when the last knock hit. I could have filed it under coincidence. Old habits. My brain had been trained to expect something between 10:30 and 11 or 0. So naturally, any random sound in that window would feel like a pattern. That is what I told myself in the light of the next morning, walking across a nearly empty campus, dusted with frost breath fogging headphones on to drown out the quiet. But the universe hates neat explanations as much as it hates sleep. In the off-campus apartment over the laundromat, it happened again. Not often, maybe once every few months, just when I had almost convinced myself the dorm knock had been a fluke. Always the same, late at night, the building unusually quiet for once. One weekend, both my roommates went home. The machines downstairs were off early. The neon open sign was dark. I sat on the couch in our cramped living room, the floor no longer vibrating for the first time in weeks. TV on low. 10:38 p.m. 10:42 p.m. The knocks came from the wall opposite the windows, the one that backed onto another apartment whose tenants were out of town. 3 taps spaced like they had learned rhythm instead of guessing. The sound did not carry through the floor from below or through the ceiling. It arrived fully formed in the drywall at my shoulder. My heart went into that strange double speed it reserves for déjà vu, the feeling of having been here before, even though everything looks different. Once I noticed the pattern, I started writing it down. At first it was a joke I made with myself. A cheap spiral notebook on my desk, a column labeled date, another labeled time, another labeled where. The first entry was half-serious dorm Thanksgiving break, 10:47 p.m., shared wall. The second was the laundromat apartment. The third was a summer sublet over a coffee shop, the knock landing on the interior wall between my bedroom and an empty storage closet at 10:52 p.m., while espresso machines slept downstairs. I filled in blanks. Not every night had an entry. Most were mercifully normal. But when the triple knock came, always when I was alone, always in a moment when the building's noise had dipped below a certain threshold, I drew a little mark. By the time I graduated, the notebook had its own shape. The where column jumped around dorm or room 1 and 12. Laundromat apt. Living room, summer sublet bedroom shared wall. Craigslist place near campus kitchen wall by the tiny window. Different cities, different streets, different floor plans. The date column marched forward through years. The time column did not move much. Most of the knocks clustered between 10:30 and 11:15 p.m. A few outliers landed closer to midnight, but even those were often on nights when I had been up late enough that my body treated that hour like it used to treat 10:45. The window had some elasticity, but it stayed in roughly the same place. What did not change was the condition I had to be alone. It did not matter if there were 100 people in the building. It did not matter if the apartment downstairs was hosting a party loud enough to rattle my glasses. If there was another heartbeat in the room with me, another person's breathing. The knocks did not come. They waited. They waited for Thanksgiving breaks, for holiday weekends, when everyone else went back to their childhood bedrooms. They waited for those dead zones at 3 in the morning when my roommates had finally passed out, and I was the last one awake, scrolling my phone in the dim light of a living room full of empty beer bottles and silence. They waited for nights when the laundromat closed early, or the coffee shop downstairs shut down their music when the mechanical noise dropped and the building exhaled. The more entries I wrote, the more ridiculous any house-based explanation felt. It was not the street those changed. It was not the neighborhood those rotated sleepy suburb student ghetto semi-nice block near a park. It was not the construction or the age of the buildings or the type of windows. Sometimes the knock came from an exterior wall, sometimes from an interior one. Once from the ceiling above the bed in a basement apartment, 3 dull taps in plaster when the people upstairs were out of town. The only constant was me and the time. Sitting at my flimsy student desk one night, flipping through pages of my own crooked handwriting, I realized how stupid it would sound to anyone else. I think the knocking is attached to me I could imagine telling a therapist who had better things to do. It does not care about architecture. It cares about schedule. I closed the notebook and slid it into a drawer, telling myself I would stop keeping score. I did not stop listening. 5. 3 cameras, apps, and a pattern. You can save. By the time I hit my late 20s, it was normal to have cameras pointed at your own doors. You did not need to be paranoid for that anymore. You just needed a coupon code. Every big box store had a wall of them, sleek little doorbells with wide-angle lenses, squat white pucks that watched your living room, matte black cylinders promising AI motion detection. The ads made it sound like you were an idiot if you did not let the cloud watch your front step. I told myself I got one because of package theft. The apartment I was in then was nothing special, second floor in a 3-story complex, built sometime in the 90s, beige siding, token shrubs out front. My unit faced the parking lot from a small concrete balcony, half big enough for a plastic chair and a milk crate pretending to be a table. Sliding glass door, vertical blinds, the usual. There had been a few stolen Amazon boxes in the building. Someone took a neighbor's groceries right off their doormat. Management sent out a passive-aggressive email reminding everyone that security is a shared responsibility. The subtext was, buy your own camera. So I did. It was not one of the expensive brands. Just a generic Wi-Fi camera I ordered on sale, the kind with a little magnetic base and an app full of ads for its own subscription plan. I stuck it high in the corner of the living room, angled to catch the sliding glass door, the balcony rail, and a slice of the parking lot beyond. From its perspective, my life was a box couch, TV, coffee table, door, a patch of sky. The app was like every other one. Whenever anything bigger than a moth moved in its field of view, my phone lit up. Motion detected balcony. Person detected front door. Activity detected 8:12 p.m. The first few weeks, the novelty almost made it fun. I would check the alerts at work and watch short clips of delivery drivers setting packages down, of the neighbor from downstairs hauling laundry baskets, of a raccoon investigating someone's tipped-over trash bag at 2 a.m. Little silent movies of unremarkable lives. Sometimes the camera caught me coming home, shoulders slumped, grocery bags in hand, phone clamped between cheek and shoulder, as I half listened to my dad rant about a game or my stepmom talk about a new coworker. Seeing myself as just another person detected made everything feel smaller, almost manageable. The knocks took their time finding this new angle. Months went by with nothing worse than the occasional app glitch. Once it flagged a wind-blown leaf as a person. Another time it sent me a dozen notifications in a row while a spider methodically webbed itself right across the lens. I cleaned the camera, repositioned it, rolled my eyes at its false alarms. Apart from that, it did what it was supposed to do, watched. Then the notifications changed. The first night I was home, half watching some late-night rerun with the volume low. My phone buzzed on the arm of the couch. Person detected balcony, no video available. That last part threw me. I tapped the alert, expecting to see some neighbor who had forgotten which floor they lived on, or a drunk friend of a friend stumbling past. Instead, the app opened to a gray placeholder screen with a little broken camera icon. Error loading clip, it said. Below that, the timestamp 10:37 p.m. I chalked it up to a Wi-Fi hiccup. The router had been temperamental lately. Maybe the camera had tried to upload at the exact moment my connection decided to take a breath. Annoying, but not sinister. The second night, my phone buzzed again. Person detected balcony, no video available. Same time window, 10:42 p.m. Same gray error when I tapped. Same little broken icon, like an out-of-order sign taped over a peephole. I walked over to the sliding glass door and pulled the blind slats apart with 2 fingers. The parking lot looked the way it always did, that late on a weeknight, a few scattered cars' streetlights throwing sickly orange cones of light onto the asphalt, a bug orbiting one of them like it had nowhere else to be. No one on the stairs, no silhouettes on the walkway, no shadows pressed against the balcony rail. I checked the log in the app. Before that, no video entry. There were the usual little clips, a delivery guy dropping off food for somebody down the hall, me coming back from the trash room, a neighbor's kid running past. After it, nothing. A blank where something should have been. By the third night, I was watching for it without admitting that was what I was doing. I was home alone again. My co-workers were out at a bar, but I had bailed with the usual excuse of being tired. Really, I just did not want to be in a crowd shouting over other people's conversations. I wanted the smaller, uglier complication of my own living room. The TV was on low. The HVAC cycled like it had in a dozen buildings before kick, hum, click, quiet. My phone lay face up on the coffee table screen, dim. 10:33 p.m., 10:36 p.m., 10:41 p.m. The buzz came exactly when my body had started to tense without me willing it to. Person detected balcony, no video available. This time my heart stuttered. I picked up the phone, tapped the notification, and stared at the same error screen. The clip's timestamp read 10:42:06 p.m. The app offered a couple of suggestions: check your Wi-Fi connection and upgrade to Cloud Plus for more reliable storage. I almost laughed at that. The idea of paying extra for better records of nothing felt like a punchline. I backed out to the main timeline and scrolled. Between 10:40 and 10:43, the other clips, like the night before, showed nothing but harmless content. At 10:39, a neighbor's door opened and closed down the hall, their figure flickering for a second at the edge of the frame. At 10:44, a car's headlights swept the parking lot as someone came home late. In between those, only this error-missing video, a stubborn text insisting a person had been detected. I should have left it alone. Instead, I went into the camera settings, found the download raw clip option, and hit it. The app thought for a second, then spat out a small MP4 file with the right timestamp. It weighed almost nothing, a few hundred kilobytes at most, barely enough for a fraction of a second of nothing. I emailed it to myself and opened it later on my laptop. Curiosity, I told myself. Just tech curiosity. The clip was exactly what the app said messed up. The screen stayed black for the first half second, then burst into static and smeared gray shapes, the kind of corrupted image you get when a buffer empties wrong. No people, no balcony rail, no recognizable living room. But the audio worked. I almost missed it at first because I was listening for something visual. Once I put headphones on, it was obvious. The clip began with a low hum, the sound of my HVAC unit winding down. You could hear it taper off the air in the vent, going from active to still. Then came the subtle shift of the apartment changing shape, when the blower stopped tiny creaks in the walls, the soft tick of contracting metal. A second layer bled in on top of that, a muffled thump and a scuff that I recognized once I thought about it as my own footsteps crossing the room. It was like listening to a more honest version of my evening. Then, cutting through all of that, were the knocks. Not loud, not amplified, but recorded with a clarity that made my stomach drop. 3 taps. The same spacing as always, 1 pause, 2. They did not ring like wood on glass. They had the dull, contained quality of knuckles on interior framing. The mic picked up a slight resonance afterward, like the wall was still vibrating. On the screen, the static flickered, then froze. The corrupted image did a weird micro jump, and the timestamp in the corner, little white numbers in generic font, skipped ahead by 1.5 seconds, right after the last knock. The audio cut too right after that ghost of a reverberation. The file ended in silence. I replayed it more times than I should have. Each time the same sequence, my house breathing, my own weight shifting, 3 knocks in the middle of that, time jerking forward like it wanted to get away. It was like a more polished version of the DVR tape from Willow Bend had been following me around, upgrading itself with whatever tech I brought home. The app logs started to fill with variations on that notification. Not every night. Not predictably enough that I could point to a calendar and say, here is where it will happen. But often enough that a pattern formed. Person detected no video available 10:36 p.m. Person detected no video available 10:51 p.m. Person detected no video available 10:43 p.m., always when I was home. Always when, for one reason or another, I happened to be alone. The little thumbnail next to each entry was the same blank gray. On the clips, I could trick the app into letting me download the audio told the same story. The environment changed, different HVAC signature, different fridge hum, different phone buzz, but the knocks stayed constant. They sounded out of place next to each building's particular mechanical noise, like a familiar voice calling from a stranger's house. I never caught anything on the video beyond that static and the occasional glitch. Even frame by frame, there was nothing that looked like a figure, no shadow that did not belong. Just a smear here, a line there, the same kind of artifacts every cheap camera produces in low light. You could show it to someone else, and they would see exactly that, a bad clip, nothing more. You had to listen to understand what made it different. At some point, I exported one of the files, named it something boring like Clip4 MP4, and let it sit on my desktop. I told myself I was keeping it as proof that someday I might send it to my dad or a friend or a stranger on the internet and say, "Tell me what you hear." I never did. Instead, every few months, usually late at night, I would put on headphones and play it again. I would close my eyes and map each sound to a part of my life. That is the HVAC switching off. That is my own footstep. That is the house or apartment or dorm or whatever box I was in, then making its neutral background noises. And there, slipping neatly into the gap, are the 3 knocks. Always the same pattern. Always sitting just on the edge of belief. There is a point where language stops being useful. You can call it a haunting, but houses do not enroll in community college or move into cheap apartments over laundromats. You can call it a coincidence, but coincidences do not log themselves across years and devices with the kind of consistency this did. You can call it trauma, a brain scar replaying itself. But trauma does not usually produce audio files you can send to someone else. I am not here to convince you of anything. I am just telling you what happened, what I caught on tape, what I still sometimes hear even before the sound reaches my ears. At some point, sitting in dark rooms in front of glowing screens, scrolling past push notifications that said person detected without showing a person, I stopped thinking of it as a haunted house and started thinking of it as a sound that knew me. 6.1 late night Zillow and 3D tours. Lately, most of the nights I do not sleep start the same way. My phone ends up face down on the coffee table screen, black notifications muted. The TV is off because I am tired of other people's voices. The only light in the room is the glow of my cheap laptop balanced on my knees, its plastic casing making that faint creak every time I shift my weight. The browser is already where it always seems to land when my brain will not shut up. Zillow. Columbus, Ohio. Homes for sale. It is a bad habit that pretends to be a harmless one. You tell yourself you are just looking, just scrolling past other people's kitchens and carpets, zooming in on photos of stainless steel appliances you will never own. It is like playing pretend with interest rates. If I had this much, I could buy that split level. If I had that job, I could live near that park. It is planning for lives you are not living. Some people count sheep. I count square footage. Tonight, the search filter is already dialed in Columbus area single-family homes, nothing too ridiculous. The results roll down in a grid of cheerful thumbnails. Fresh gray paint vinyl siding the occasional brick facade trying to look more solid than it is. Little blue dots on the map cluster in neighborhoods I know by name, if not by experience. I scroll past places that have nothing to do with me. A big 2-story in Gahanna with a manicured yard and a price tag that makes my teeth hurt. A narrow house downtown that looks like it was squeezed between its neighbors as an afterthought. A little Cape Cod tucked behind a Kroger promising charming character and updated mechanicals. The laptop fan kicks on in a low whine hot air brushing the backs of my hands. In the kitchen, the fridge hums steadily. The wall clock above the TV ticks just loud enough to be noticeable when everything else is quiet. The numbers on the stove say 10:22 p.m. in cheap green. I tell myself I am just killing time, but I know better. I am waiting for myself to get tired enough to risk closing the lid, turning off the lamp, seeing what the dark wants to say tonight. That is when I see the address. It is not highlighted or anything. Zillow does not know what it is to me. It is just one more white box with black lettering in the list. Willow Bend Court. For a second, the name does not register. My brain treats it like any other street. Then the shape of the words lands. My fingers stop scrolling. The laptop fan seems to get a little louder. There it is. The house. Not the exact house, not the way it looked when I was 16. Not with the tired siding and the old blinds and the sunburned front lawn. This version has been worked over. The thumbnail shows gray vinyl that is actually gray, not whatever exhausted shade ours ended up being. The bushes in front are trimmed, not scraggly. The listing title underneath says something like cozy updated ranch with tons of natural light, which is the kind of phrase that means nothing and everything at once. I should close the tab. I do not. I click. The listing opens into a larger spread. The main photo is the front of the house taken from the street at just the right angle to make the yard look bigger than it is. The big front window is still there, but it has changed. The trim is new. The glass looks clearer somehow. The real estate photography trick has made it seem taller, almost floor to ceiling, like the eye of the house has been widened. I scroll down through the photos. The living room is first. It does not look like my living room, but it wears the same bones. The old wall-to-wall carpet is gone, replaced with fake hardwood that reflects light in long, clean stripes. Someone has put a pale gray couch exactly where our sagging brown one used to be. There is a rounded coffee table with a plant on it, arranged at an angle that would make no sense if you actually lived there, but looks good in pictures. The wall under the front window is bare. No family photos, no nail holes, no faint outlines where furniture used to be. Just fresh paint, the kind that still looks a little too perfect, like any personality you spill on it will wipe off clean. I click to the next image. The kitchen has been updated too. New cabinets, shiny appliances, a backsplash. The back door is the same though. I can tell by the way the light hits the knob. The short hallway is still where it has always been, leading from the living room down to the bedrooms and bathroom, like a line drawn in permanent marker. My old bedroom shows up 3 photos later. They have staged it as an office. There's a small desk where my bed used to be, a fake plant in the corner, a laptop open to some stock photo of a spreadsheet. The window is dressed with light curtains instead of the cheap blinds I had. The closet door is open a little, showing organized shelves and neutral hangers, like a magazine version of a life. Seeing it from this angle is wrong. Real estate lenses always warp rooms a little, make them look larger or deeper than they are. But this feels different. The camera has been placed in spots I never stood in, right against the far wall up above, where my head would have been hovering in corners like a bird. It is like looking at a memory from someone else's eyes. The dimensions are right, but the perspective is impossible. My skin prickles. The laptop fan whirs. The fridge in the other room clicks off briefly, leaving the fan as the loudest thing in the apartment, until my wall clock reasserts itself with each little tick. There is a button on the listing I have been avoiding on purpose ever since I started this habit. 3D tour, it says, with a little icon of a cube. Most houses do not have one. This one does. I hesitate, then I click. The screen shifts to the familiar, uncanny interface of a virtual walkthrough. A circle on the floor marks my starting point, the middle of the living room, floating somewhere between where my dad's recliner used to be and where the coffee table now sits in the staged version. I move the mouse, and the room rotates around me in jerky, slightly too fluid arcs. The front window swings into view. The light coming through it is bright enough to blow out the details of the street beyond, turning the outside world into a white smear. The wall beneath the window looks clean. Too clean. Little arrows sit on the floor in a trail. I click one, and the scene jumps forward in a glitchy step. Suddenly, I am nearer to the hallway, looking back at the room I just left from a new angle. Another arrow takes me into the hall itself. The walls close in the perspective, compressing. My old bedroom door appears on the left, open. I click into it. There is the office again, in motion this time. I spin slowly in place, taking in the edges. The space where my bed used to be. The corner where my dresser once stood. The patch of wall where my posters had hung over the headboard. Everything looks brighter, whiter, smoother. It feels like the room has been scrubbed. I retreat with another click out into the hall. I pivot left and right, staring at the bathroom at my dad's old room, now primary suite according to the little label. Each jump takes me to a vantage point I recognize by feel, if not by sight. My stomach turns with every transition. Not because I am prone to motion sickness, but because my brain is splitting itself in two, overlaying what was on what is. The only real sounds around me are the ones in my current place: the laptop fan, the clock, the faint hum of the building's HVAC through the walls. Somewhere outside, a car passes, tires hissing on wet pavement. The sounds do not match the visuals. My ears know I am in a one-bedroom rental miles away. My eyes insist I am standing barefoot on those fake hardwood planks, staring down the same hall that used to creak under my steps. On the 3D tour, the house is perfectly silent. No ambient audio, no hum, no creak, just frozen light, frozen furniture, frozen moments, stitched together into a loop you can walk forever without changing anything. The wall clock ticks over another minute. 10:28 p.m. I should close the tour. I should close the laptop. Instead, I click the arrow that brings me back into the living room until I am standing virtually in the middle of the space, facing the front window head on. The bay of light stares back at me, so does the wall beneath it. On the screen, that wall is just pixels paint staging. But my body reacts like I have walked into a room where someone stopped talking in the middle of a sentence. The hair at the back of my neck rises. My heartbeat climbs up into my throat. The laptop fan's pitch changes as it works a little harder. I look away for a second, over at the oven clock in my real kitchen. 10:29 p.m. The fridge chooses that moment to shudder and fall quiet, compressor kicking off. The apartment exhales. For a heartbeat or two, my world matches the one on the screen. No mechanical noises, no ambient hum, just the thin, bare silence of a late-night room. I bring my eyes back to the laptop, to the frozen image of the living room on Willow Bend Court, to the stretch of blank wall under a big, bright window that does not belong to me anymore, but somehow still feels like it is watching me. My cursor hovers over the little circle on the floor that says I can move closer. The clock ticks behind me, steady and patient as the time I have been trying not to think about creeps toward 10:30 p.m. 6.2 The glitch in the tour. For a while I just sat there hovering in that virtual living room, cursor resting on the fake hardwood eyes locked on the strip of wall under the window like it might move on its own. Nothing did. So I told myself to act normal. I clicked around the rest of the tour like any other bored insomniac. Kitchen, hallway, bedrooms, pretend bathroom. I did the whole polite walk through, nodding at the granite and the staged throw blankets like I was ever going to live there again. But I kept coming back to the living room. There is a little map icon in the corner of the tour, a floor plan with circles showing where the photographer stood when they took each panorama. The center of the living room had 3 or 4 points. I clicked them in sequence, watching the room jerk through different angles. Couch, window, hall, back to couch. Always that wall under the glass anchored it even when the perspective shifted. On the surface, the tour was silent. No voiceover, no music, just images. That is how most of them are. Visuals only. You are supposed to supply your own footsteps in your head. Still, something about the way the silence felt got under my skin. It was too clean, too perfect. Even videos recorded on phones in quiet rooms usually have some kind of noise bed under them, air handling, traffic, distant plumbing. The absence here started to feel like an absence on purpose. I leaned closer to the screen as if that would help, and realized there actually was sound. Just barely. At first, I only noticed it when I turned the laptop volume up by accident. A thin, tinny hiss like the kind you get when a cheap microphone records an empty room. It was almost under the level of hearing. I would not have picked it up at all if the rest of my apartment had not gone weirdly still while I was obsessing. The fridge had clicked off again. The building's HVAC was between cycles. The wall clock kept time in little dry ticks. Against that, the faint hiss coming out of my laptop speakers sounded almost foreign. I grabbed my headphones. They are nothing special, just padded over ear ones I use to block out neighbors. I plugged them in, settled them over my head, and reopened the Zillow tab. The 3D tour resumed with a slight stutter, dropping me back into the middle of the staged living room. With the headphones on and the volume pushed higher than I would ever use for music, the hiss sharpened into something more defined. It was not total silence. Beneath the static, there was a low, distant hum. Not electronic, not quite. It reminded me of the sound a furnace makes when it is running a floor below you, or an air handler somewhere in the guts of the house cycling air through empty ducts. I sat there barely breathing, listening to someone else's house breathe on a real estate website. I clicked one of the arrows on the floor. The view lurched forward closer to the front window. For a moment, the wall under the sill filled my screen. On the audio, the faint hum dipped in volume, then steadied again. The first time it happened, my brain almost skipped over it. 3 soft sounds buried under the hiss. They were so faint that if I had been listening through the laptop speakers, I would have missed them. Through the headphones with my own apartment, as quiet as the virtual one, they slid past like small stones dropped into shallow water. 1 a pause, then 2. I clicked back a step. The view jumped away from the window, returning to the center of the room. The hiss buzzed softly. The phantom furnace droned along. No knocks. I clicked forward again. Same jump forward, same wall filling the view, same almost inaudible sequence. 3 spaced taps right as the virtual camera drifted past the window into a slightly closer position. My scalp went cold. I performed the same back and forth several times, fingers tight on the trackpad heart, thudding so hard it felt like it might bleed into the sound. Each time I moved from that specific point in the tour to the one closer to the glass, the pattern repeated. It did not change. It did not wander. It did not show up anywhere else in the tour. The noise could have been anything. A camera operator bumping a tripod, a hand knocking the wall by accident, a door falling shut 2 rooms away. That is what I told myself at first, clinging to the idea that this was ordinary, that I was primed to hear my own pattern in any stray sound. Except it was not just any pattern. It was mine. 1 knock. A pause long enough to think it was over. Then 2 closer together, with the same sort of contained thud I had heard in the DVR audio years ago in the dorm wall in the doorbell clip. The kind of sound you get when knuckles hit something that has more behind it than plaster. I wanted to make sure I was not losing my mind. I opened a screen recording app and set it to capture both the video and the system audio. The little red icon appeared, timing me. I replayed the critical segment of the tour, clicking from one living room dot to the next, letting the view swing and stutter while the hissing mic noise whispered in my ears. I did it 4 or 5 times in a row, then stopped the recording and saved the file. I named it something I would recognize if I saw it later, but that would not mean anything to anyone else if they borrowed my laptop. Just a date and tour. Nothing dramatic. When I played the recording back in a media player that would let me slow it down, the sound became harder to rationalize. Slowed to half speed, the knocks pulled themselves out of the hiss with more confidence. The background hum stretched, turning into a long, low drone even more obviously, from a large space air handler maybe, or just empty rooms breathing around a central system. Over that, spaced out in an almost measured way, came 3 rounded thuds. The slowing softened their edges, but it also gave them weight. I heard the smallest echo after each one, like the mic had picked up the way the sound moved through a hollow structure. There were no footsteps, no human exclamations, no camera operator muttering a curse after whacking the gear against a wall, just the machine's steady whine and those 3 knocks exactly when the virtual self drifted closer to the front window. My skin crawled. Somewhere out there, an anonymous photographer had walked through my old house carrying a camera rig and a 360-degree lens, pressing buttons, following instructions from a listing agent about angles and light. Maybe they had done it late at night after the family that lived there now had gone to a hotel or a relative's place to stay out of the way. Maybe it had been early morning instead, before anyone else arrived, when the house sat with all the staging in place and none of the life. Either way, they had recorded. The equipment had captured the shape of rooms and the way light fell across surfaces. It had also captured sound, and tucked into that sound so faint that no one at the listing company noticed was the same pattern that had been following me for over half my life. It felt like watching a stranger stand exactly where you once stood and seeing over their shoulder something reach out of the empty frame to tap at the same wall. I sat there at my kitchen table at 10:30 something at night, headphones on, staring at my own screen recording of a staged living room in a house I no longer had any legal connection to, and listened to 3 little knocks that should not have meant anything. They did. Because the knocks in that 3D tour were not echoing out of my memory. They were stamped into someone else's file, on some server, compressed, uploaded, embedded in a listing, meant to sell a cozy, updated ranch with tons of natural light. Someone had walked through my old living room with a camera, and the house had kept its appointment with the sound. My rational brain tried to stack up possibilities. Maybe the furnace had a weird cycle. Maybe a vent cover had rattled right when the operator stepped forward. Maybe there had been a neighbor banging something outside, and the mic had smeared it into that pattern. Maybe I was hearing what I was primed to hear. But there was something about the timing that made those maybes sound thin. The knocks did not appear in any other part of the tour. Not in the hallway. Not in the bedroom that used to be mine. Not in the kitchen. Only in that one transition near that one wall at the front of that one house. It was like the sound had decided that if the only way to keep talking to me was through pixels and cheap mics and internet bandwidth, it would learn to speak that language too. I could feel my own pulse in my ears as I replayed it one more time, slow than normal headphones sealing the world out. Somewhere behind me in my actual apartment, the wall clock ticked past 10:30 p.m. The HVAC cycled. My fridge hummed. On the recording in a house miles away, in a moment that had already happened and been processed and uploaded and scrolled past by people looking for breakfast bars and backyard fences, something knocked 3 times on the inside of a wall that used to know my back. The idea that my old house's new media carried the same pattern like a watermark made my skin feel a size too small. 6.3 new owners, old problem. I told myself I would not do anything with the tour. Watching it, listening to those buried knocks should have been enough. I could have filed it next to the DVR clip and the doorbell recording and the notebook full of late-night dates, another entry in a private museum of things I would never show anyone. Instead, I did what people always do when they know better. I opened another tab. The listing had the agent's name right there under the price. A headshot of a woman in a blazer, the kind of professional smile that suggests she has seen every flavor of drywall and is not impressed by any of them. Underneath, an email address and a phone number. I stared at the email link for a long time. My cursor hovered over it until the underline appeared and disappeared, a little blinking dare. The rational part of me was busy reciting all the reasons this was a terrible idea. There was nothing I could say that would not sound unhinged. I had no right to insert myself into the sale of a house that was no longer mine. Best case scenario, she would ignore me. Worst case, I would give the sound another avenue. I opened my email client anyway. Not the account I use for bills and real life. A burner address I had created years ago for free trials and sign-ups I did not want attached to the rest of my life. I typed her address in the to field and sat there with the blinking cursor in the body box, trying to find a way to say something without saying anything. I ended up with this "Hi, I saw your listing for" address redacted on Willow Bend Court, and was wondering if any previous buyers or tenants ever reported unusual noises at night, especially knocking on the front wall or in the front bedroom. Not trying to cause trouble, just curious if there's any history with that. Thanks, a potential buyer. It was vague enough that it could have been anyone's superstition. Specific enough that if there had been complaints, she might recognize the shape. I read it over 3 times, found a few other sentences I wanted to add, explanations, disclaimers, apologies, deleted them, and hit send before I could think about it too hard. The email shot away into a digital ocean. My outbox folded back into my inbox. A few promotional messages shuffled themselves around like they were changing seats. The laptop fan sighed. The listing stayed open in another tab, the living room frozen mid-light. I shut the machine and went to bed, telling myself I would forget about it. I did not forget. I checked that burner inbox twice a day for the next 3 days, even when I knew nobody sane read emails from strangers that fast. Each time there was nothing. A spam folder full of virtual flyers and one newsletter I had not realized I had signed up for. No reply from the agent. No bounced message either. My note was out there in her queue with a dozen other questions about square footage and school districts waiting to be judged. By the 4th day, I had convinced myself she would never respond. Maybe she had flagged it as junk. Maybe she had read it, laughed, and moved on. Maybe it had gotten lost in a filter somewhere stuck in a folder named Weirdos. It came in on the 5th night. I was at my tiny kitchen table eating leftover takeout straight from the carton when my phone buzzed. Not my main account, my burner. The notifications sound slightly different, like a cousin of the one I hear all the time. The subject line read, "Willow Bend Court Inquiry." My throat went dry all at once. The room around me seemed to step back a little. I tapped it open. "Hi, thank you for your interest in the property. To answer your question, every house settles and makes normal noises, especially at night, HVAC, plumbing, etc. Nothing out of the ordinary has been reported by inspectors. The current family did note some occasional knocking on the front wall and trouble with their youngest not wanting to sleep in the front bedroom, but that is not unusual with kids in a new environment. Please let me know if you have any concerns that would affect your interest in the home. Regards, name, agency." It was the kind of email you send when you have other things to do. No elaboration, no questions. No hint that the last sentence might not be as casual as it pretended to be. My eyes stuck on one line, trouble with their youngest not wanting to sleep in the front bedroom. The front bedroom. My old room. My appetite left the building without saying goodbye. The fork hung uselessly in my hand. I read the message again slower this time, as if the words might rearrange into something less on the nose. Knocking on the front wall. A kid refusing to sleep in the room that faces it. The agent's annoyed reassurance that every house makes noises. Inspectors had not noticed anything. Why would they, houses, do not knock for inspectors? Around the edge of my focus, something else seeped in. My apartment, which had been full of the usual small sounds a moment ago, the low rumble of the fridge. The faint whoosh of air through the vents had gone suddenly, deliberately quiet. The HVAC had clicked off at some point during my reading. The blower's hum faded, leaving behind a deaf, padded stillness. The fridge compressor shut down that subtle vibration in the floor, gone. No neighbor was stomping overhead. No one was arguing in the hall. Even the traffic outside had taken a break, as if the world wanted to hear my reaction. All at once, I was 16 again, phone pressed to my ear in a dark bedroom, listening to a dispatcher say, "Is that them I'm hearing?" While someone knocked their way along a wall toward me, I put my phone down slowly, screen still showing the realtor's cheerful signature. My laptop sat closed on the coffee table lid, reflecting a dim version of the room. The knowledge that the Zillow tab was still open inside it, frozen on some angle of that living room, made my skin itch. I should have left it shut. Part of me knew that, but the rest of me was already moving. I picked up the laptop, flipped it open. The screen woke with a pale swell of light. The browser popped back into focus, still on the Willow Bend listing. The 3D tour button already had that purple border that meant I had visited it recently. My fingers found the trackpad like they had never left it. One click, and I was back inside. The virtual tour dropped me into the now familiar staged living room. gray couch, coffee table, fake plant, big front window blasting light. I did not bother clicking around this time. I went straight to the spot I knew mattered, the circle in the air that represented a position right in front of the window, dead center. I clicked, and the view jumped to fill my screen wall, window, floor. In the staged version, the couch sat a safe distance away, perfectly aligned. The photographer had chosen a sunny day. The light came in hard from the left, painting sharp-edged shadows from the coffee table legs across the planks. I made myself breathe slowly and watched the screen recording of someone else's movement. My cursor tapped the little arrow that nudged the camera one step closer. The room slid forward, perspective bending. As it did, the light on the wall seemed to ripple. It could have been nothing. Lens distortion. The way the algorithm stitched multiple shots together into a seamless panorama. But for a heartbeat, the brightness on the lower portion of the wall dipped into a subtle, curved shadow that did not match anything else. It sat right where my feet would have been that night, when something brushed my toes as I lifted the blind. Right where my back had leaned against the drywall in years of teenage sulks. Right where that realtor now staged tasteful storage baskets in her photos. A hunched shape bowed at floor level. It was there and gone so quickly that if I had blinked, I would have missed it. A trick of light, a glitch, the kind of thing you could send to 100 people and get 100 different answers about. In my headphones, the faint hiss of the tour audio resumed the distant, not quite furnace hum under it. I knew that if I scrubbed the file and turned the volume up, the 3 soft knocks would still be hiding in there, waiting for the virtual camera to reach that precise point. Someone else's kid did not want to sleep in the front bedroom. Someone else's family sat on that couch, real not staged, watching TV at night, probably telling themselves the tapping at the edge of hearing was the HVAC, the neighbors, the branches, the house settling. Someone else's parents were maybe yelling down hallways that it was just the pipes when little feet crept into their room at midnight. For years, I had comforted myself with the idea that the thing, whatever it was, had picked me. That it followed me from Willow Bend to the split level to the dorms and the apartments because of something about the way I listened or the way my life bent around that time of night. It was a horrible kind of personalization, but it gave the universe a shape. I was the constant, the problem, the magnet, staring at that staged living room at a wall that had learned to knock for more than one audience. I felt that shape fold in on itself. It was not just me. The sound had more than one anchor. It had stayed with the house too, or with that section of wall, or with that pattern of knocks that could live in drywall and camera files and the back of a child's throat when they tried not to cry about something their parents could not hear. It was multiplying in a way. A branching pattern. A knock here, a knock there. A house in Columbus that kept its appointments for whoever slept under its front window. An ex-teenager in a different rental miles away who could not move past 10:30 at night without flinching. The realtor would sell the place. The listing would come down. The 3D tour would be archived, then deleted. Families would move in and out. Inspectors would keep passing it. Kids would keep inventing reasons not to use the front bedroom. And somewhere under all of that, at a time window, the house and I both knew by heart something would tap politely on the inside of the wall and wait to see who was listening. I closed the laptop. The screen went black, my own face briefly reflected in it before the room reclaimed me. The sound of the hinge snapping shut was louder than it should have been. It echoed in the small space like a gavel. My eyes went automatically to the stove. The cheap digital clock glowed in dull green numbers, indifferent to everything I had just done. 10:31 p.m., 7.1 confession. Not warning. I should probably be clear about something before you decide what to do with this. I am not writing this, so you will stay away from Willow Bend Court, or from one-story ranches with big front windows, or from houses built in the 70s with bad insulation. If that is what you are hoping for, street names, dates, something you can plug into Google and cross-check with police reports, you are going to be disappointed. If you went to that house tomorrow, you would probably find exactly what the listing says. Updated floors, neutral paint, tons of natural light. You might meet a tired family with a kid who will not sleep in the front bedroom and a parent who jokes about house sounds while checking the locks one extra time after dark. There will be no hazard tape, no sign in the yard that says "do not enter." Nothing that makes sense in the way you want hauntings to make sense. I know how this sounds. You do not have to tell me I could be traumatized or sleep deprived or just wrong. I have lost track of how many times I have told myself the same thing. There are easy labels for this unresolved childhood fear, hypervigilance, auditory hallucinations. If they help you sleep better after this video ends, go ahead and stick one on me. Here is what I can tell you with the kind of certainty that does not show up in evidence files. There is no clear video of a figure. Not one frame where you can pause and point and say, there is someone sitting under the sill. The closest I have is a half-second of glitch in a 3D tour blown up in my head into a shape. Everything else is static and shadows that behave just well enough to pass inspection. There are no police reports with anything more dramatic than possible intruder, nothing found. If you somehow got your hands on the logs from that night on Willow Bend, you would see our address, the time, a mention of officers clearing the scene and finding no signs of forced entry. No follow-up, no case number that went anywhere. There is no priest, no psychic, no expert I can roll out for you as a second witness. It is just me and occasionally my dad and a handful of cheap devices that recorded sound without ever catching what was making it. The only thing consistent is the knocking. At some point it stopped being just something that scared me and became something that marked time. A kind of personal midnight that does not care what the actual clock says. When I was a teenager, it meant lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting to see if the window would tap back at me before my dad's truck finished backing out of the driveway. In my 20s, it meant sitting in dorm rooms and rented living rooms watching the digital clocks roll past 10:30 p.m. while the walls tried their best to mind their own business. Now I am in my 30s and my life is not interesting in any way that would justify a haunting. I work a late shift at a place that is technically a support center and practically a call center. A warehouse of cubicles and fluorescent lights, headsets plugged into phones that never really stop ringing. The details change depending on the year. Sometimes it is tech support, sometimes it is insurance, sometimes it is logistics, but the rhythm is the same. Angry voices in my ear, scripted apologies in my mouth, a clock on the wall slowly dragging the night toward morning. Most nights I drive home past midnight. The route changes when I move, but it rhymes with every other late drive route in America. Half-empty interstates, big box stores dark except for the glow of their signs. A 24-hour gas station with 2 cars at the pumps and a bored cashier inside under 2 bright lights. I pick up something I will regret eating at 1 a.m. pay with a chipped card that takes too long to approve, nod at the guy behind the counter, like we are in the same club. I walk into whatever place I am renting that year, drop my keys in the same spot on whatever kitchen counter I have, and stand for a second in front of another front window. They are all different sliding glass doors, double-hung panes, high rectangles that start at hip height. They all feel the same when you are the only person in the room and the glass is dark enough to show your reflection back instead of the street. It would be easy to say I never got over what happened when I was 16. that my brain is replaying it in every new shape it can find. There is probably truth in that. Trauma likes routines as much as hauntings do. But saying that and stopping there would be dishonest. Because this is not just about houses or windows or streets in Columbus. Whatever this is has bled into the parts of my life that should be neutral. I catch myself checking walls in hotel rooms when work sends me out of town for a training I do not care about. I will be lying there on a sheet that smells like industrial detergent, listening to the ice machine down the hall and the distant thrum of another guest's television, and my ears will tune themselves automatically to the space between 10:30 and 11:00 p.m. I will stare at the headboard, wondering if a knock on the other side would be a drunk neighbor or something older. Airbnb rentals are worse. There is something about being in a stranger's house on purpose that makes the whole thing feel like a dare. You walk through somebody else's kitchen, open their drawers, find their mismatched silverware and their chipped mugs, and tell yourself it is cute. Then you lay down in their guest room with their art on the walls and their choice of curtains, and you listen to their pipes and their hallway and their refrigerator, trying to decide which noises belong to the building and which belong to you. I have pressed my ear against the walls of too many conference rooms after late meetings, pretending to check for outlets while actually listening for a difference in the hum. I have found excuses to stay an extra 15 minutes at office parties so that when I walk out into the empty lobby, I can stand there and see if the glass doors facing the parking lot feel familiar. Most of the time, nothing happens. The knocks do not show up just because I am paranoid. If they did, I would have a different diagnosis. It is not an every night thing. It is not a predictable schedule. It is more like a recurring appointment that I am not in charge of. Sometimes months go by with nothing more sinister than a neighbor dropping something above me. Sometimes it shows up 3 times in 1 week, in different walls, in different cities, in buildings that have never met each other except through me. I am tired more than I am scared now. Fear was the first response, sure. The stomach drop, the dry mouth, the little animal part of my brain screaming at me to run from a wall. That lasted a long time. It still shows up on the bad nights. But after years of this, what mostly sits on my chest is exhaustion. The kind that does not go away with a weekend off or a vacation. The kind you get from carrying something that never wants to be set down. I am telling you all this for a selfish reason. I am not trying to warn you away from anything. I am not pretending this is a PSA. If I thought you could avoid this by avoiding one address, I would have given you the house number in the first 10 seconds and been done with it. The truth is, uglier, I do not think that would help. This is a confession, not a caution sign. I am putting it here in this format in front of you and whatever audience this channel has, because I want it to live somewhere outside my head for once. Outside my notebooks, outside my cheap DVR recordings, outside the carved-out groove it has made in my routines. If it is only in my house, only in my walls, then I am the only one who is stuck with it. Every time the HVAC shuts off and the fridge wind-down lines up with the time on the clock, it is just me and this thing I cannot prove, waiting to see if it keeps its old appointment. Tonight, as I write this, the page feels like another kind of wall. You are on one side of it listening. I am on the other telling you about something that has been knocking in that space between us for years. I do not know if putting it into words will make it stronger or weaker. Stories have a way of doing both. What I do know is this: for the first time, if it marks the time again while I am writing, I will not be the only one who hears it. Even if all you ever get are my words and the sound of your own house at night, the pattern will be there between us. Whether that makes you safer or not is another question. 7.2. The night of the email. Right now, as I am typing this sentence, it is 10:24 p.m. I know because the time is sitting in the bottom right corner of my screen, small and blue and too calm about all of this. The email draft window takes up most of the display, your channel's address already in the two-line subject field, filled with something boring like story submission. The cursor blinks in the body text, waiting for me to decide how much I am willing to say out loud. I am at the same kitchen table where I read the realtor's reply about Willow Bend. The surface is cheap faux wood laminate peeling a little at one corner. My laptop is warm against my wrists. There is an empty glass to my right, a smear from my thumb on its side, catching the light from the overhead fixture. The apartment sounds normal at first. Upstairs, my neighbor's TV filters down through the ceiling, muffled explosions and laughter, the bland soundtrack of some late-night show. Somewhere in the building, water runs through pipes, a quick rush, followed by a metallic tick-tick as they cool. The fridge behind me hums steadily, its small motor vibrating through the floor into the legs of my chair. A car passes outside, tires hissing on damp pavement, then fades. I start to type the part where I tell you this is present tense, that this is the night I finally decided to send this. As if on cue, the sounds begin to peel away. The upstairs TV shuts off mid-sentence, the laugh track cut in half like someone hit the power button instead of the remote. The ceiling goes from a soft, muffled thunder to nothing. The water in the pipes stops. No more tick-tick. The fridge gives a tiny cough, and then its hum dies, leaving behind a hollow stillness in the kitchen. The HVAC is next. There is a soft click from the thermostat on the wall, the blower's breath dropping off in a slow exhale. The air in the vents goes from moving to unmoving, and the difference is louder than the motion ever was. The apartment settles into that particular kind of silence that feels like the inside of a held breath. I do not move. My fingers hover over the keys. My phone is face down on the table, a foot away from the laptop screen, dark. It buzzes once, a short vibration that skates across the laminate, then again, then a third time, all in quick succession. The sound is small but sharp in the newly emptied room. I flip it over just far enough to see the notification previews without unlocking it. 3 identical lines. Person detected front door, no video available. Person detected front door, no video available. Person detected front door, no video available. The timestamp on each is within seconds of the others. 10:25 p.m., 10:25 p.m., 10:26 p.m. I do not tap them. I do not open the app. I let the screen go dark again, the little icons folding themselves away. Whatever it has or has not seen can wait. If I look now, I will end up chasing static instead of finishing this. The cursor on my laptop blinks twice. My reflection in the screen is faint, a ghost over the text already written. My hands look paler than they do in daylight. I keep typing. This is the part you are reading now, the moment where the story and the night line up. The first knock comes from the far wall of the living room. Not from the front door, not from the sliding glass, not from anywhere a normal person would knock if they wanted me to answer. It lands on the plane of drywall that separates my unit from the outside insulation studs siding air. The exact place where interior and exterior meet without admitting it. It is soft, barely more than a test. One tap knuckles against something that has more behind it than paint. Then a pause long enough for me to pretend I misheard it. Then 2 closer together. I sit there watching my own sentence finish itself on the screen. I am the only one who is stuck with it. My fingers rest on the home row, as if they belong there. The apartment absorbs the sound like it always has, no echo, no obvious source. I add another line to the story describing the silence, and the silence folds around the new words like it has been waiting for them. Triple knock again. Same wall, a little closer. I do not know how I can tell that. There are no footsteps between, no scraping, no obvious movement. But the sound feels like it has shifted a few feet along the studs toward where I am sitting. One pause, two. The clock on the stove in the corner of my vision flips to 10:27 p.m. in indifferent green numbers. I put my earbuds in. They are not even connected to anything yet. I do it partly so the microphone on my laptop will pick up less of the room if I end up sending an audio version. Partly because I do not actually want to hear this with the rawness of open air. Sound is worse when it has nothing between it and your eardrum. Through plastic, maybe it will feel further away. I plug them into the laptop. The system chirps softly as it routes audio. My typing sounds suddenly louder in my head, every keystroke a sharp little click. The space bar thumps. The backspace key ticks like a metronome every time I decide a word is too much or not enough. Another knock. It comes in as I type the sentence about my phone lighting up. This time the triple rhythm is distinct even under the amplified keyboard noise in my ears. The first tap is faint and low. The second and third lean into it like whoever is doing it has found the right pressure. I do not look at the wall. I know exactly where it is to my left, beyond the edge of my vision, just past the refrigerator, running the length of the living room like a boundary line. I know how far away it was when the first knock landed. I know it is closer now. The app sends another notification buzzing under my elbow where the phone sits face down. I ignore it. I write that I am ignoring it. I tell you in real time that the thing outside or inside or between is knocking without even bothering to trigger my doorbell camera the way it used to. It does not tap on glass anymore. It has learned drywall. The triple pattern repeats with long, unnerving patience. There is no banging, no frantic escalation. Whoever or whatever is on the other side is not trying to break anything. It is keeping time. One sequence. Silence long enough for me to type 3 or 4 sentences. Another sequence slightly nearer during a comma. Quiet again, stretching thin over the space between my breaths and the clacking of the keys. In my earbuds, my own typing starts to sound like someone else's. The microphone is picking up the delay between my fingers and the tiny echo off the laptop body. There is a fractional lag, just enough that for a second, each stroke feels like it is coming from the other side of the screen instead of from my hands. The words appear on the page in perfect sync, but the sound of them is off by a hair. It feels like listening to a conversation where the speaker's mouth and voice are not quite aligned. I tell you this as it is happening. I tell you that the knocks are closing in like a slow-moving storm, not in volume but in location. I tell you that the pattern has been the same for decades and still manages to feel new every time it finds a fresh wall. The upstairs neighbor does not turn their TV back on. No pipes start up to mask the spaces between sounds. The building is giving this its full attention, even if nobody else is. Another set of 3 comes while I am in the middle of this paragraph. It is close enough now that I can feel the faintest vibration in the chair leg nearest the wall, a whisper of impact traveling through the floor. The timing lands in the center of my sentence, splitting it in 2. I keep typing anyway. Part of me is hoping the laptop mic will catch one of these sets cleanly, that when you hear this read aloud on your channel, there will be a moment where the narration stutters, and under it, 3 tiny knocks tap themselves into the recording like a signature. Part of me is hoping it will not, that this will stay mine a little longer. My fingers ache. I cannot tell if it is from the way I am tensing them over the keys, or from holding myself so still that the only things moving in the room are my hands and whatever is pacing inside my wall. Another buzz from the phone. Another no video available, I am sure. I do not flip it over to confirm. The clock on the stove nudges itself to 10:29 p.m. The knocks have reached the section of wall that lines up with the end of my table now. I can tell from the angle of the sound, the way it reflects in the space. We are maybe 8 feet apart, with half an inch of drywall and some insulation and a lifetime of bad decisions between us. I add one more line to this part of the story. My fingers shake just enough to add an extra letter that I have to delete. The backspace key ticks 3 times. The movement in my peripheral vision where the wall meets the ceiling does not change. By the time you read this, it may have already reached the wall closest to where I am sitting. 7.3, the cold ending. The next set of knocks lands in the section of wall directly beside my chair. They are not louder than the ones before. That would almost be a relief, something dramatic to react to. They are the same soft, padded taps I have been hearing my whole life, just closer. 3 of them. 1 pause, 2. The pattern sits so neatly in the space between keystrokes that for a second I cannot tell if I am hearing it with my ears or remembering it with my bones. Then nothing. The apartment freezes in that after sound. The kind of silence you get when a song ends on a note that never quite resolves. My fingers hover over the keys. The cursor keeps blinking politely, unaware. The LEDs on my router in the corner flicker in patterns that suddenly feel too fast. I realize I am holding my breath. I let it go slowly, the air feeling thicker on the way out than it did on the way in. The chair creaks when I push back from the table. That small, normal noise sounds almost obscene in the quiet. I stand. The light over the kitchen table is a cheap dome fixture, the kind you see in every rental in every city. It hums faintly fluorescent innards, working just hard enough to keep the room from feeling like a set. The floor under my bare feet is a patchy mix of laminate and thin carpet, a border where the kitchen ends and the living area begins. The nearest window is in the living room. To get there, I turn left and take 4 slow steps. The transition from the hard kitchen floor to the softer living room carpet is familiar. The carpet is worn in a path that matches my habits, a slightly threadbare strip between the couch and this table, another between the couch and the sliding glass door. Under my toes, I can feel where the padding has collapsed over time. The baseboard along the wall is scuffed, where a previous tenant must have bumped it with a vacuum or a piece of furniture. Little chips in the white paint expose the darker material beneath thin scars in a straight line. Dust has gathered in the gap where the baseboard meets the carpet, catching crumbs, and whatever else falls and slides that way over the years. A faint rectangle of light lies on the floor in front of the glass. It is not bright. The streetlights outside are the distant sodium orange kind, and the blinds are drawn, but there is always some leak. It forms a soft-edged shape just inside the frame, the color of old paper. My foot falls partly in it as I cross the room. It would be so easy to do what I did at 16. Hook a finger in the blind slat's lift and give my eyes something to latch onto. Prove to myself that the parking lot is empty, that no one is sitting under the balcony, that the only person awake at this hour with their face pointed at this building is me. I do not touch the blinds. Windows are decoys, I have learned. Easy places to put your fear. Glass is comforting. You can look through it and tell yourself that the danger is on the other side. The real line is usually closer than that. I stand with my shoulder near the frame, facing the wall under the sill, instead of whatever is behind the glass. The drywall here is painted the same nondescript beige as the rest of the place. There is a faint outline where a previous tenant's couch must have sat, a slightly cleaner rectangle, the paint less faded by years of light. I reach out and lay my palm flat against the wall just below that line. The surface is cool. not freezing, just a few degrees lower than the air. The texture of the roller marks is barely there, a ghost under my skin. For a moment, it is just that, a wall, nothing more. Then, under my hand, there is the smallest tremor. It is not a knock. It is what would happen if someone put their palm on the other side of the same spot and pressed just hard enough for the pressure to travel through the construction. A suggestion of movement, a hollow, contained vibration that has no business existing when nothing else in the room is moving. I pull my hand back like I have touched a hot stove. There is no mark on my palm, no change in the paint, no sound to match the feeling. The rectangle of light on the floor has not shifted. The blinds hang perfectly still, legs of plastic soldiers in a straight line. I look at the glass, once quick, catching my own reflection more than anything else. Pale face, dark circles, earbuds hanging around my neck now, one hand hovering mid-air, as if I am still waiting for permission to do something. Behind me, the room floats in reverse, table, chair, laptop lid, only half visible from this angle. I turn away from the window and walk back the way I came. The worn path in the carpet feels narrower now. The scuffed baseboard at ankle height looks more exposed. I sit down at the table, the chair giving its small complaint, and push the laptop a little further back so I can see the whole screen. The draft email is still open. All the chapters, all the details, Willow Bend, split level, dorm walls, laundromat apartment, cheap cameras, and missing seconds of time. The timeline of knocks stretched out in paragraphs instead of in sleepless nights. I rest my fingers on the keyboard and look straight past the text, through the reflection, through the screen, to you. Whatever name you go by in the comments right now, you are just a pair of ears and whatever device you are listening on. Maybe you have this on in the background while you wash dishes or scroll your phone or pretend to pay attention to something else. Maybe you are lying in bed in a dark room, phone face up on the pillow beside you. Headphones in volume a little higher than usual because you do not want to miss anything. If you heard anything in the background while this was being read, it was probably your own house breathing. Houses do that. Everyone knows that. They creak. They settle. Pipes expand and contract. Refrigerators cough awake and then drift back to sleep. HVAC systems kick on with a rush that sounds for half a second like a person taking a sharp inhale in the next room. If there was a moment when everything seemed to stop at once, when the fan shut off, when the TV in the other room went quiet, when the neighbor upstairs took a break from stomping, that was probably coincidence. Schedules line up. Power grids have hiccups. People hit pause. If you thought you heard something, 3 soft taps you could not quite place from a wall you do not usually pay attention to, that was likely nothing, too. A branch outside. A neighbor hanging a picture. The building adjusting to a temperature change. I am not going to argue with you about any of that. I have spent half my life trying to talk myself into those explanations. They are comfortable. They let you go to work the next morning without flinching every time you walk past a blank stretch of drywall. I will tell you this, though. The pattern is simple. Too simple. 3 knocks spaced just enough to make you think they might be random if you hear them once. Usually sometime between 10:30 and 11:00 p.m., though it is not married to exact minutes. Usually on a wall near a window, or on a wall that faces the outside, or on a wall that might as well shared thin, pretending nothing is on the other side. It almost always happens when someone is alone. Not just physically, but mentally. Late enough that the rest of the noise has died down. Late enough that the part of your brain that likes stories is louder than the part that likes schedules. You have an advantage over the younger version of me. You know the pattern now. Once you know it, you cannot help listening for it. That is just how brains work. You can try not to. You can drown it out with TV and fans and music. You can decide that every sound in your house after dark belongs to plumbing and appliances and the weather. You can be right 99 times out of 100. The problem is never the 99. On my screen, the email draft is complete. Subject line: greeting, story. All the way down to here. Down to this line where I tell you that after I finish typing, I am going to move the cursor up to the send button and click it. That somewhere in the wires between my apartment and your channel's inbox, these words will become another kind of recording. Another hallway for the sound to walk down. I hover over the button. There is a space behind my monitor that is not much of a space at all, just a few inches between the back of the screen and the wall. There is no exterior on the other side, just another unit in the building separated from mine by drywall insulation studs. As my finger presses the trackpad, there is a single knock from that gap. It is low and contained, as if someone has placed their knuckles gently against the drywall inches behind the center of my screen and tapped once. No echo. No follow-up. Not even the courtesy of the full pattern. Just one like a period at the end of a sentence. The laptop makes its tiny whoosh sound as the email goes out. The knock does not repeat. The fridge does not come back on yet. The HVAC stays quiet. The upstairs neighbor does not resume their show. The apartment settles into a level of stillness that feels less like absence and more like retreat. Absolute silence has teeth if you sit in it long enough. I am not going to tell you to do anything dramatic after this video ends. I am not going to tell you to move or to burn sage or to rip your drywall open and check the studs. If any of that helps you feel like you are in control, fine. It never did much for me. All I am going to ask is this: if in the next few nights your house ever goes too quiet for no good reason, and you hear 3 soft knocks from the wall under your nearest window, please do me a favor and do not look outside. Whatever it is has learned to sit closer than that.